Very warm welcome from Cape Town, warm being the operative word. I don't know what it is about Sonas, but every single year it lands on a very hot day. There's a heat wave in the rest of the country. And in fact, January was the hottest month on record across the globe. The reason I say that is because the man who's going to be feeling the heat today, I have no surprise if he's feeling anything other than the heat, is President Cyril Ramaphosa. He's going to be making his State of the Nation address in just under 2 hours' time in the City Hall building next to me. And he's concerned because the latest Ipsos poll shows the ANC polling beneath 40%. So if this is his last address, he better go out with a bang. What he's going to do is project to 2024 what it is that he's got in plan for us, and also focus on his successes. And yes, I know you're thinking it's going to be a short speech, but he'll definitely focus, I suspect, on the International Criminal Court of Justice and their stunning victory against Israel there, and probably go for some low-hanging fruit, the populist NHI, something that many people want, but quite frankly, implausible under this administration, implausible right now. This speech he will also be making from a province that the ANC is desperate to snatch from the DA, because for several reasons, that beauty behind me, and I'll give you 1,000 rand if you can spot one pothole in the near vicinity. And I think potholes become indicative of everything that's gone wrong under this administration, right? The ANC could have a pothole on its epitaph. So what we do know about today is that the EFF leadership is not going to be there after their bad behavior in Parliament last year. It's 30 years of democracy. And if you like what you see tonight, if you don't like what you see, it's up to you. At the elections later this year, we're going to find out the date, hopefully this evening, and you can vote on the status quo or for change. I'm going to bring in my guests, Sabu Ngalwa, Editor-in-Chief at EWN, and Sanusha Naidu, Political Analyst. Good to have you with us. How worried should he be about that Ipsos poll? And I know we get different polls and they keep fluctuating, but what's he going to be thinking?
Look, I think still on that tip of the heat, around the heat, Jane, we do hope that tonight won't be a lot of hot air, and that we might have something actually quite constructive for South Africans. I think there's a lot of expectation, and I think the past 5 years have not quite yielded what they would have expected. I think, but talking about the poll, I mean, the reality is that we get polls every time around election season, and the nature of them is that things change. So it can be a different thing altogether come election day, because it takes very little to swing them one way or the other. But obviously ANC is worried about its electoral performance this year, particularly because if you look at the 2019 elections, although it's 2021 rather, let's start at 2019. 2019 the ANC got 54%. And if you look at the trend from the high of Thabo Mbeki's time, when it had a 2/3 majority, the trend has been an ANC losing around 7% electoral support. So if the same trend follows now, and I think in 2019 they got 54%, so they'll probably sit around above 45%, which still means that the ANC will form a government. I do not believe that the ANC is going to be out of government.
No.
I think the ANC will still form a government, but depending on the different permutations of either whether you have a lower voter turnout or higher voter turnout, that then affects their percentage. But the reality is, it then becomes a matter of how many coalition partners do you need to form a government, depending on how they perform. If they hit 47%, and then you get an IFP getting 3%, then you'll have an ANC going with an IFP. I don't think, unless they are forced, unless they actually get they're in the low 40s, they may have to go with the EFF, but the ANC does not want to go into government with the EFF, because an ANC-EFF government does not favor the ANC, because the EFF, through to their politics, actually, and also how their posture, they don't regard themselves as being part of a particular setup. They still have their own policies. I think you'd have a government that is pulling in totally different elections. But I think they are worried about the performance, yes, and I think Cyril Ramaphosa also for his own ego as a politician, it matters to him that he actually does well. But I do believe that the ANC will still form a government.
Sanusha?
But I think what Sibu's saying is actually quite important to contextualize. The ANC has been systematically losing the real vote in South African politics. If you go back and look at the way in which the turnout is calculated. I mean, if you look at the last voter registration weekend and what the IEC said, the IEC said they added 1.2 million people to the voters' roll. Now, 1.2 million people to what was already discussed as just over 27 million people. So we're looking just under 30 million people that are eligible to vote, out of a population of eligible voters of 42 million. And what happens every year when it comes to the election is that you're calculating the voter turnout on those that registered and those that actually came out to vote, which gives the ANC a false reality of its populism in society. And that's a very important point, because that's what makes the ANC think that going below 50% is a psychological barrier for them. So there's two things here for me. 42 million people that should be on the voters' roll, of which at least about 11 million people are not on the voters' roll. Which, where does those 11 million people are? What is it in terms of age group? It is the younger population that either are saying we don't have confidence in this democracy, or we don't have confidence in the institutionalization of democracy. And that is a key question. So it's not just about whether people trust the ANC. They don't trust the institutional architecture of the governance of the state, because that's the body politic that President Ramaphosa...
That's shocking.
It's absolutely shocking. And that's the real state of the nation that he should be delivering on tonight in terms of what's going to happen. Again, to go back to what Sabu was saying about, you know, the idea that opposition parties are so comfortable in this kind of fickleness that we just have to get the ANC to below 50%. I mean, it's not what opposition politics is about. Because if you're getting the ANC to below 50%, or if the Ipsos poll is right, and if they adjust it to 40%, because originally it was 39%, but 1 in 10 of their respondents said they do not know who they're going to vote for, or they're not sure if they're going to vote. So that gives you a kind of a good idea of what is going on in society. But if opposition are just comfortable with getting the ANC to less than 50%, they should not be thinking that that is the ultimate goal of this election. The ultimate goal of this election is, where do people go as an alternative to the ANC? And those are the key questions. So if you're not seeing the opposition as the alternative, whether it is the DA or it's the multi-party coalition or the Moonshot Pact, as they call it, then you should be really worried, because you are now contesting in a fishbowl as well. So I think opposition parties should basically try and get out of that psychological inertia that they have, that their only goal as opposition is to basically remove the ANC.
Everyone's waiting, isn't it, for the next move, rather than
It was
being proactive.
You know, it was like when they had the whole kind of Zuma must fall campaign. You know, so Zuma went. What happened? You know, so I think that's the problem with South African politics, is that it's the proportional representation of the vote which gives the election spectrum a false reality of what's really happening in South Africa. And if the 18 to 39-year-olds are the key group that you should be focusing on, if they add another 10 million to the electorate in terms of voting, then that's a big percentage of people that you should be targeting. You should not be complacent that all we have to worry about is bringing the ANC to 40% or 45%. The ANC will hustle. They will cobble together a coalition. It will be a harder coalition to cobble together, because if you look at the next big party after the EFF, according to the polls, I think it's the IFP, and then after the IFP it is Action SA, and after Action SA it's all the other parties. But you got these itsy-bitsy parties, you know, of 0.1% or 2% or 3%. Collectively, in the multi-party coalition, if they win 33% as they're predicting, they are not where the ANC is going to go. So the challenge for the ANC is, do they want to go with the EFF? And they don't, because the EFF then becomes the kingmaker in saying, well, this is what we have to negotiate on.
Yeah. And Sabu, we've discussed it ad nauseum at EWN, right? How to get the youth vote, how to get people enthusiastic. And I mean, it's quite soul-destroying when you hear some of the reporters speaking to some of the youngsters, and they say, listen, we're not going to bother to vote because our situation is so dire. We have no water, we have no services. What do you think is key to changing that? Because their vote is key here, right?
Look, I don't have the answer, and I think if the politicians did, they would be able to turn those young people to convince them. I think to Sanusha's point, what we are having is that everyone is trying to steal votes from each other, right? And also, it's not just the ANC that is actually facing a hurdle here in terms of its electoral outcomes. The DA's numbers are not looking great either, you know? And also, it's all of these young people, all of these voters that are eligible to vote, but they're not interested. And I think it poses a threat not just to the political parties, but also to the democratic project. I think it was I remember, one of the former or late US presidents who says actually the youth will inherit the country, you know, that these are the people who are the future of this country. But if they do not believe in the democratic project, that they don't believe that this democracy serves them, what does this mean for our countries? I don't know what needs to happen. I don't know which party can be able to galvanize young people to take their politics seriously. Maybe it's a role for civil society where where young people are made to understand that elections are not about politicians and political parties. They are actually about a democracy which we are all part of, and a democracy which has brought us thus far as a nation, and a democracy that we should preserve, which has come through years of struggle and also giving us a great constitution that we have, because the alternative would be dire, right? So that's why I think perhaps the answer lies in civil society. And I must say, though, there have been civil society organizations that are trying to galvanize young people, giving a voter education and making them understand the importance of a democracy and what each one of us and the power of one vote. And I think that's the important thing, because everyone thinks that they're just an individual by withholding their vote, as ANC voters tend to do, that they're punishing the one party. The reality is that not voting is a decision as well, right? Someone benefits from that. So I think perhaps the answer lies not in political parties. Perhaps we're looking at the wrong place for these answers, because political parties are driven by self-interest, right? So whatever outcome that favors them would be the ideal situation. So I don't think they're the people who should probably be driving that. I think it lies outside of that.
And I mean, it's fascinating watching what's happening in Israel and how the youth are getting so involved in politics there, and how the shift is happening increasingly to the right. I mean, Netanyahu almost looks like a liberal when you see what's happening there. But those kids are getting involved from a very early age at school, and it feels that almost, you know, politics in this country is a bit of an afterthought, something that you deal with after you've matriculated. We need to get a greater understanding.
I mean, I completely agree with what Sibu was saying about civil society, because if we cast our minds back to the period 1990 to 1993, but even in the anti-apartheid struggle, the role of civil society was critical and vibrant to the kind of political education that was happening. We may not have been able to get the kind of access to the resources, but there was a genuine sense of belief and a genuine sense of we need to basically continue the struggle and continue the need for a political liberalization of society, but also to bring down the apartheid regime. And it happened in sometimes in the most inhumane way. If you take 1976 and the youth uprising, but that struggle never stops.
Yeah.
It never stops once you become part of the post-apartheid democratic state. It never stops. You gotta, you know, as one of my professors used to say, the role of civil society and any kind of accountability agency, whether it's media or whatever, is to shine the light in dark spaces and ask the awkward questions.
Yeah.
And so the constant need to retain that vibrancy of civil society is partly because we became complacent. We became complacent thinking, just like our constitution, that every leader that will come after Nelson Mandela will be like Nelson Mandela and won't be corrupt and won't do the kind of nonsense that they did and engage in state capture. But that's the reason why we have to always realize that politics is fickle. Democracy is a necessary condition, but sometimes not always a sufficient one.
No.
And so we constantly have to make it stronger, viable, and sustainable.
So the red carpet is open. quite a controversial thing, the red carpet, right? I mean, a lot of people say here, during a time of austerity, do we really need to see our tax money going into those often larger than life outfits? Sabu, who do you think is going to be who's going to be stepping out before they step aside before these elections?
Well, at least with the red carpet, at least they're using their money to buy whatever outfits they turn up in. I do think, though, that the pomp and ceremony has kind of been toned down over the years. I think we come from a time where it was normal for a speaker to mention a figure north of 20 million. I think this time around it's come down to 6.5 million. Look, I think it depends on which side of the spectrum you look at it, because I think also as part of this civil society and also voter education and making everyone understand the democratic process, the display of a State of the Nation address, which is a very important part of the democracy. It's also about democracy in a way televised, if I may call it that, where people understand they vote for these public servants. We may not like them, there may be a lot of corruption, but it's also a display of democracy at play. So I don't think we should not have a State of the Nation address. I think that what is important is for everyone to understand what role it plays in building the society we want, where it becomes less about the what they call those red bottom shoes, the Louboutins.
Yes.
You know, it becomes less about that, but more about the meaning of this moment and its significance thereof. And I think that's why it's important that as we sit here today to review, actually this is the 5 years of Cyril Ramaphosa, where this is his last State of the Nation address, to actually look at how far we have come as a country and whether he has achieved what the dreams he had sold us in 2019, coming from a very successful, from a rather high horse when he told us to send him in 2018. And we've sent him. He's done his own full term. Has he done what we had asked him to do? And I think those are the key questions. And I think the most important thing is that that's the indictment on the ANC, because the reality is that half of what he said he would do, I don't think he has done.
Hasn't, and we're going to go through that list. We've got an interview with Thandi Modise. Kwazi spoke to her a little bit earlier on. Let's listen to what she had to say.
What sort of displays can we expect to see?
Well, I don't know about the pomp, but the day marks from us, the security, we will have the usual. The army will be here with the army band. The police will be here. We are making sure that everybody who attends is secure. And you are right, it is the most significant end of term sooner, where people want to know what has been going on in the last 5 years. What are the plans? If you are handing over, what are you handing over to the next administration? So it is significant. And we are making sure that Parliament, security-wise, we cover their back. We are almost 100% there. You can see they're cleaning up the carpets. So we're ready to go. And we hope that the President is in good spirit and will address South Africans.
Speaking of the last 5 years, about a year ago, you deployed military personnel at Eskom power stations as a way of trying to curb sabotage, and that was well being done there, which results in load shedding. And also, there was talk of deployment again of military personnel to try and fight the scourge of Zamazama's illegal mining. Load shedding seems to continue unabated, and so does illegal mining.
Yes. We deployed in support of the police. We deployed at Eskom because indeed when they showed us the pictures and what they were showing us there were definite acts of sabotage. Now, when you touch any country's energy, when you touch any country's infrastructure, you touch the standing of that country, and you make it the business of defense. And that is why we are there. Now, Eskom's history and story comes back from a long time ago. You will know that 2 power stations were built. I'm told they were built with some defects, and that is why they have not really resolved our energy problems. But if we say that load shedding has not been improved, with the help of Minister Hussein Ramaphosa, we will not be telling the truth. Truth is that we need to do something about it. Truth is that we have been expanding the consumers of energy without really taking into consideration adding more and more substations. Government is unrolling a whole bunch of things. One, that decision that was taken about ESCOM, dividing it into three, making sure that production is separate and therefore energy becomes cheaper. Making sure that you are putting solar paneling towards South Africans. So that will also help alleviate and enabling those who can to get off the grid, so that government concentrates on those who really need to be staying within the government accounts. So I would say that yes, the Zamazamas, we are again there, and we were roped in because those people underground are carrying weapons that are not a police issue, that are not civilian issue. They dared us, they will get us. We will not leave until the work that we have been detailed to do is done. We are working with mining minerals to make sure, and the mining industry together, to make sure that those shafts that are not needed, that are putting this country under danger, are closed. And until we do that, we will stay there. So yes, we are still deployed in the number of areas where we will. Any disaster, the defense will be there.
Minister, thank you so much for your time, and all the best for this evening.
Thank you very much.
That was Minister of Defense Thandi Modise, just touching on preparations for today in terms of security, and also just touching on the issues of security just within the country in general, particularly the issue of their deployment of personnel at ESCOM power stations to try and curb load shedding, how far they've gone with that, and also the issue of illegal mining, which she says they'll make sure that it is stemmed out.
Kwazi's question about how long the SANDF are going to be at Eskom and the mines, and she's saying, well, it's brought down load shedding. I mean, please take the words out of my mouth.
It's a blackout moment.
I agree. It was a moment where she had a complete blackout as well. But I think the problem with this is that the challenge they have as ministers is not being able to understand that their portfolios are very critical to why you have to deploy the SANDF to protect the mines in one way because of the way in which the security and the safety and security issue, but also mines have become hotbeds for criminal activity, but also hotbeds for all kinds of safety security issues. But to deploy your SANDF to ESCOM sites, to key national points. I mean, this was an issue as well at the elective conference of the ANC, where not long before they could go into their kind of deliberation and the voting, and Sabu can help me on this, they actually had a NAT joint discussion about how they're deploying the national security forces to protect certain key points, which will then see that there'll be sabotage or some kind of attack on these infrastructure national key points. And to say that this brought down load shedding is actually delusional in my opinion, because that suggests that you're not in touch with what the real activity of your SANDF is there to do, is to protect that the sabotage won't happen, that the security, national security of the state is not brought into a higher level of vulnerability and volatility. And to do that type of deployment tells you that your resources are being spent in a way that should be spent in another kind of avenue, and that is to protect our borders, to be the South African National Defence Force.
If I may come in there, Jane, actually, on that very point, the Ramaphosa government has yet to show us any proof of the sabotage they speak of. We've heard the president speak about how there's been sabotage at power stations. Yes, we've deployed the soldiers, but we have yet to see. It somewhat reminds me of Alec Erwin and the loose screw argument of the late 2000s, right? So I think the reality is that ESCOM and electricity supply is actually one of the biggest failures of the ANC government, because whatever progress they may speak of, it was the ANC that broke it down in the first place. And electricity is so intrinsic in the economic recovery story of this country. You cannot speak of any economic recovery of building jobs or anything without a stable grid.
I mean, when she talks like that and when you hear ministers respond like that, it's almost like a cult. I mean, like Donald Trump, you know, he's fake media, fake media. Here, it's apartheid or load shedding. I mean, it just seems to be the go-to thing of the last sort of 6 months. So the script writers are sort of, you know, freaking out on those words. And it indicates a lack of understanding and sensitivity to many South Africans. I mean, these are issues which are important to us, which are costing us, and we're not getting the right answers.
Look, the reality is that, I mean, we're in election season. It's a silly season, right? You do get politicians with a whole lot of rhetoric and populism.
But we don't want to hear
yes,
silly.
people. No, the reality is that we can avert it. I mean, even now, for us as journalists, as we go to the elections, we know that it's heightened levels of anxiety because we've got this hotly contested election coming, and we do expect that politicians will actually be brutal, not just to each other as opponents, but also to journalists, because this is a fight for the truth. Everyone has their version of the truth, and ours is to continuously tell the stories that we're telling and put the facts before the communities we serve. So I think you will get those inflamed moments, and the rhetoric will be heightened, and I think that's where it's important to help everyone, because ours, as we're sitting here, is to help the audiences better understand and make better choices, not just about the elections, but about their children, about their futures, about where they live, about where they send their children to school, and all of those decisions that are very important to the decision to their lives.
And to make it palatable for voters, I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier about the minister and her animal farm saga, and you can remind us about that. It's also getting politicians who you can aspire to, who represent a bright, bold, clear, and a future that lacks corruption.
Yeah, and let's just for a moment veer away from the ruling party, the ANC. I mean, if we have to ask that question of all the opposition parties, it seems as if there's also a bit of a tiresome set of leadership that exists across the spectrum of all opposition parties. In a sense, do they appeal to the younger generation? Do they have that charisma? It's not about going on social media and trying to do Instagram and all of that. That's not what really makes it. That's a different kind of Generation Z that you're looking at. But you have to have that charisma that appeals and talks the kind of language you want the younger generation to have. And I get the sense that sometimes you get a very tiresome leadership, and at times you get a very geriatric leadership. And that geriatricness, in a sense, is trying to say to the younger generation, give us a chance and wait your turn. And that's not what's happening.
No.
This younger generation is looking at their parents and saying, we are not going to be them. We are not going to wait and be the Toyota for life kind of worker, because that kind of worker doesn't get the benefits. The trickle down doesn't work. So we demand it now. And what it also does is that there's a lot of contradiction in lifestyle audits that should be happening. And there's a sense that if we go into politics, this is where we make money, this is where we get a job, this is where we can have the good life. But politics is not about the good life. Politics is about being a public servant. And that's what gets missed in all of this.
I spoke to Mpho Palace the other day, and remember she was the mayor of Johannesburg, and then, you know, a rather rocky ending to her tenure, and then she's pulled back from the DA, or not really from the DA, but she's pulled back from public service. And she was saying one of the issues was how she struggled financially. And I said to her, it's quite something hearing this, because you don't look at our politicians and think, oh, bless, you know, it's a tough financial world for them, because we associate so many of our politicians with, you know, 13 Land Rovers and expensive watches. I mean, how do we make the political arena something that that children can aspire to.
I think, Jane, that very example, the image of a politician, is actually what also corrupts the perception in terms of what, because if you say to anyone, just off the street, what is your image of a politician? They'll say without thinking, fat cat. And there's a lot that represents that in terms of opulence and ostentatious display of wealth, when the reality is that these are the people who ought to be at a primary level, the voice of the electorate. And I think that is
Correct.
why in this country we are now at a point where there is clamor for a change in the electoral system, right? I mean, to an extent, I think part of the challenge to the Constitutional Court, I think it was New Nation, was also about that. In fact, it was about deficiencies in the law where candidates, independent candidates, could contest local government elections, but not the provincial and national elections. I mean, I think the Constitutional Court, with its judgment, is trying to cure that, but I think there's a broader debate about our electoral system, and I think that's an important review of democracy. We're 30 years into this democracy now. We've had this proportional representation system since 1994. 30 years later, is it relevant? Does it deliver the kind of outcomes we expect? Are the communities able to hold their representatives accountable? I think not, because you know what? You don't know who you're voting for. You vote for the party. Yes, you know who you're voting for, but you don't know who your public representative is. You don't know who your mayor is. But the reality is that I think we need to bring the power closer to the people as democracy is intended. And that way we can probably, as part of all these efforts, to get a buy-in. Because now it's so detached. You vote and somebody else decides what they do with their vote.
Yeah, and just to pick up on that point, I think when we talk about the electoral system and we talk about what's the deficiencies of the system, not democracy. Democracy was never intended to be a kind of one-size-fits-all
Perfect,
approach.
yeah.
It
No.
has to be adapted to structural conditions of society. And in our case, the structural conditions of society was that the majority of South Africans who were disenfranchised and as a result had not been able to exercise their socio-economic rights had to be included. It had to be part of the kind of inclusive society and the transformation of society. That didn't happen because, you know, there's this whole thing that Deng Xiaoping says, the former premier of China. He says, to get rich is glorious. But it's said in a context of why do you go into politics? And I think part of the reason why some of these individuals that are sitting in political office are not there because they genuinely believe they're going to make substantive change or bring about substantive transformation. It's about I need to actually have that next contract. I need to have that next Land Rover. I need to have the 14th iPhone or something like that. Or use state resources to do repairs for my home and think nothing of it. And don't realize that you are actually sitting at the taxpayer's behest there. You're not sitting there because you actually voted yourself into office. You actually have to wait for that process. And that's the misconception of democracy. Younger people think to go into politics is fashionable. It's about a particular lifestyle. It's about the kind of lifestyle you see on social media. It's like social influences. And it becomes a different kind of debate. So I think the challenge is not only about how do you get young people into the democracy, but it's also about how do you actually change a system where young people's voices and agency is excluded because the proportional representation system favors a very kind of misconception of democracy.
All right, let's listen to the DA Chief Whip. She spoke to Kwazi a little bit earlier on as well.
Next to me is the spokesperson for the official opposition, Ms. Siviwe Kwaruma. Ma'am, welcome to Eyewitness News and thank you for your time.
Hello, Kwazi, and good morning to your listeners and your viewers.
The new rules, generally, what's your view as the DA? Are you happy with this development?
Look, I mean, we were very much part of the deliberations of the rules around the disruptions of the proceedings of the House. While we always strive for a vibrant deliberations in the House, but we must also balance that out. The scenes that we saw last year is something that we should never see again, where we saw members of parliament storming the stage. We saw members of the security cluster essentially manhandling members of parliament. Those are not the scenes that should be seen in parliament. Parliament is a completely different arm of state, and that was a complete a violation of this precinct then. So yes, we agreed to the rules and we voted in favor of the rules. It does not mean that the president may not be sustained to point of orders, but what it does prevent members from doing is having an entire disruption, that the entire country now sits and waits to hear from the president while members of parliament are jostling and conducting their business.
Because that was going to be my next question exactly, to say one of the rules says the president is not to be disturbed in any way. Which to some at least is a bit arbitrary. What, in your opinion, constitutes a disruption? You can't even ask a question. I mean, what if there is a genuine point of order?
No, and in our understanding and the analysis of the rules is that point of orders are allowed. I mean, those are the things that are, genuine point of orders are allowed. I mean, you cannot shut members of parliament down to the point where they are just simply sitting there as warm chairs. Point of orders are allowed and a point of privilege is allowed. But there is obviously a very clear line between a point of order, a genuine point of privilege, and a genuine wanting clarity or something from the president versus storming the stage, protesting, and essentially really punishing South Africans. Because for me, it is about the people at home that I'm most concerned about, because it is them that don't get to hear from the president what they seek to hear. We may not believe that the president has much to offer after 5 years of empty promises, but at the end of the day, we still must respect the people at home who seek to hear him. And I think it is out of step for members of parliament to deny people of that right to be able to hear their head of state.
Talking about the last 5 years, obviously this being the last SONA for this administration, and to some, at least there is hope, which are, well, yourself included, obviously, that this will be the last one for this altogether. What's your, in summary, view of in terms of performance for this government, the last 5 years?
I think if you look at any objective matrix from 2019 to now, you will realize that South Africa is in a far worse position now than it was 5 years ago. Whether you are looking at the cost of living, whether you are looking at the load shedding crisis, whether you are looking at crime levels, whether you're looking at corruption levels, all of those key indicators of a healthy, vibrant democracy, a country and a government that is responsive to its people, you realize that the government has completely gone the opposite direction. And so, yes, our view is that not only has government not dealt or even really performed and delivered against their promises, in fact, they've regressed. We are far worse off now than we were 5 years ago. And that's why, in our view, that there's nothing the president is going to say today that's going to give any comfort to the people of South Africa. How do you give comfort to the 7 out of 10 young people who are without work? The 30 million South Africans who are living in grinding poverty. What do you say to them after 5 years of letting them down? There's nothing that can be said here tonight that can really, really undo what the president has presided over, which is a failing government.
Lastly, just briefly, what would you have, it's election year, what would you as the DA have done better, just in terms of the main things, electricity, employment, the economy that's a mess? And
yeah, well, first of all, I mean, the very big thing is a very big priority is unemployment and the health of the economy. The problem with the president is that he lacks the courage to have made the difficult choices that he needed to have made, essentially to get our economy out of a less than 1% growth. Also, the economy cannot grow, Kwazi, without reliable electricity electricity. We've got now literature that tells us that while there's still the energy crisis, the economy cannot grow beyond 1%. So we would have fixed the electricity crisis. We would have gotten more people into jobs. We would have increased the social grant to meet the food poverty line, because that remains a crime to this day that people are starving. South Africa is not a poor country. People should not be going to bed hungry. The fact that people are going to bed hungry is an indictment. We would have looked at the literacy levels of grade 4 learners. The fact that over 80% of grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning is an indictment on this government, because you are locking an entire generation of children, black children, into a life of poverty. Those would be the things we would have tackled, including safety and the fact that people still feel unsafe on our streets.
Thank you so much for your time, and all the best for this evening.
Thank you very much.
That was the spokesperson for the Democratic Alliance, Ms. Siviwe Gwaruma, just expressing her views on the new rules that have been adopted by Parliament, and obviously saying they support the rules as the DA because they think the disruptions, particularly by the EFF, were most unwelcome, and also just their hope as the party for the upcoming elections, and also their total dismay and disappointment at the performance of the ANC government in the last 5 years.
From the DA that the EFF leadership won't be attending because of their behavior last year. They are saying it's not fair, that this is a way of shutting them up, that their followers won't get the sort of representation or their voice heard. Are they right?
Well, I'm not sure if State of the Nation is where they have to get their voice heard. If you make the conscious decision to become a political party, to follow the rules of Parliament, then you also have to know that this is an address where no political party can stage the kind of interruptions and point of orders that the EFF has been doing since they became part of Parliament. And I think it's a bit disingenuous on their part to make the claims that the rules that Parliament has set is unconstitutional and unfair and ludicrous, is what they are saying. That they have the right to basically disrupt the president from making his State of the Nation address. Very much of what Sabu alluded to earlier. It's about the democracy in action. Now, you may not like it. You don't have to like the rules. You don't have to like the pomp and ceremony. And you don't have to like the fact that every year the Parliament opens with the State of the Nation address. But you made a conscious decision to become part of the political landscape by becoming a political party. So
And quite frankly, I mean, people don't want to see fisticuffs.
No.
And I'm sitting at home and I want to see him start talking at 7 o'clock.
And you don't want to basically prolong what you already know is going to be at times a very tedious State of the Nation address.
Yes.
So the point of it is that you're just prolonging what is going to happen. The other point about this is that there is a debate that happens after the State of the Nation. There is a time where political parties will make their assessments at the podium, and they will then have question and answers to the president. This is where you go and you make your kind of pronouncements. So I think the EFF now has basically exhausted its tactics. I remember the one where they were basically manhandled by parliamentary protection services out of the old assembly building.
Yes.
And everybody forgot about the State of the Nation and were focusing on them. That's what they want.
Yeah.
And that's not going to basically do anything. If you're really representing your constituency and you want them to be the voice that you have in Parliament, then make it a substantive, qualitative approach. Don't just do these tactics and try and scare the president and run on the stage, and it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't achieve anything, does it? Sabu?
Yeah. No, I think Sanusha actually sums it up very nicely. I think what has happened here is that there's a tactic that was very effective with Jacob Zuma. You remember, we all remember the phrase, pay back the money, pay back the money. That became the chorus, actually, which I would even believe that it's also what brought Zuma to accountability. But to use the same tactic year in, year out is a bit unimaginative. So perhaps there is a need, even for the EFF, to find new ways in which they can perhaps if they want to shine the light on some of the deficiencies in the Ramaphosa government, there are different ways to do that. But I think the important thing here is that there is a certain decorum and also expectation in terms of what Parliament is about and what Parliament represents, because part of this rowdy behavior, I think that's also what diminishes the status of Parliament, and perhaps remember, if in fact in the sense of Maywa trial, the judge, when there was a commotion inside court, when he was reprimanding the accused, he said, "You cannot behave like this is Parliament." And of course, parliamentarians felt affronted by that, all right? But
hey.
the reality is that if someone is a judge, like who sits there as a judge, says Parliament as a bastion of chaos, how much more to an ordinary South African? And how does that then help us in terms of educating the broader public about the importance of these institutions of democracy? Because what is Parliament? You know, so I think for me it goes into that. I think there's a need for new ways, new tactics. It worked at a particular point. I think it's past its sell-by date, the disruptive tactic.
So you touched on Zuma. I mean, his party won a by-election today in KZN. What's Cyril and his cohorts going to be thinking about that, and how do you think that'll play out in tonight's speech?
Look, I'm not one of those who actually think that Zuma is going to head the ANC in a big way. I think Zuma is a big factor in KwaZulu-Natal, and I think to an extent in Gauteng. I've yet to see traction of the MK party in every other part of the country. And also, Zuma and him breaking away may actually be to the benefit, to Ramaphosa's benefit, because ANC generally, and I guess it's a disease that afflicts all politicians. When they are cornered, they come together, they coalesce together, and they somewhat find each other, because those who supported Zuma and have no interest in joining his MK party now have to, in a way, without being asked, stand on a podium and pledge allegiance to this very ANC. And you've seen that in people like Batabile Dlamini, who was a staunch Zuma supporter, talking about how tragic Zuma's departure is, Nomvula Mokonyane being one. So for Ramaphosa, as it goes to this election, actually that may help unite the ANC in a way. But also, if Zuma's party is strong in KZN, there are people who were put off by Ramaphosa, probably because they felt that Zuma was hard done by Ramaphosa.
That's right.
And who voted IFP after Zuma left, and would have voted EFF. Now that Zuma is standing alone as MK party, those people, I don't think they're still going to give those votes to the IFP and the EFF. It might well be that Zuma will get some of those votes. So I don't think in KZN that it's only the ANC that will be hurt by that. But also what happens after the elections, right? Remember, 2008 was a very bad breakup in the ANC when COPE broke away. I don't think the same conditions prevail. I think the people who are in MK, they still drink with their comrades that are sitting in the ANC. And after the elections, I don't think they will have enough votes to go into a coalition with the IFP. And also, if the ANC, as it's becoming increasingly obvious that they are questioning their alliance, or rather their coalitions with the EFF in various municipalities. In fact, I think they're probably just going to wait for these elections before there's a breakup in some of those coalitions. I think they actually might probably, if in a case then where the ANC is probably going to, obviously, naturally, I think it's going to go below 50%. They will going to probably be in the low 40s. If MK does well, I think that becomes their natural opposition, because look at what the ANC has done before. There is a party called ABC, Abantu People's Congress, or Abantu Batu Congress. The ANC was in charge of eThekwini with the APC. Who is the leader of the ABC? The leader of the ABC is Philani Godfrey Mavundla, who's the former mayor of Greytown and the former ANC mayor, who's a big benefactor of Jacob Zuma. So these people, they may be sitting in different political parties, but I don't think that the breakup is as acrimonious as was 2008, when COPE was formed. And I don't think that they perceive Zuma to be that big a threat. I think that even after the elections, the ANC actually may find themselves in a coalition with the MK party.
I mean, after January the 8th, We were there, obviously. There was a coffin brought into the stadium with Zuma's name on it, and when his name was mentioned, everyone booed. And in fact, a lot of people who spoke to Tsidi Madia were just saying that, listen, we said we were with him, but actually we're with the ANC. So it goes to your point that it might have certainly cemented people's commitment to the ANC.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why people want to be in the ANC, because it's very cold outside of the ANC. So as long as you're within the ANC, even in KwaZulu-Natal and in the eThekwini, it gives you a sense of some level of material survival. You get access to resources. So the by-election is important. I think by-elections are important in terms of being indicative of the mood, what's happening in that ward, but also having looked at KZN politics and looked at the constituency that Zuma comes from in Nkandla and around that area. The IFP has done exceptionally well. It's always maintained Zululand, Ulundi, in terms of local
Nkandla
government
even.
elections, even in Nkandla. So even if you're going to have the MK party there, I mean, the one thing I think is very important in disaggregating the KZN politics is how fluid KZN politics is both for IFP and ANC. And the fact of the matter is the IFP could actually be seen as one of those benefactors out of this kind of MK party. Because for me, I think the MK party is also about who captures the soul of the ANC's Nkonte Sizwe, the kind of cultural, historical identity of a liberation movement and the way in which that it plays out in terms of what's happening within the ANC. It's about intellectual property, it's about cultural appropriation. And this is part of the liberation struggle where, as you get to that point of liberation movements turn political parties, this is where they begin to suffer that kind of identity, intellectual capacity questions. So whether the MK party is going to shift the pendulum, I think the bigger challenge for the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal is what happens to the fact that it's the largest base of the ANC's membership, and more importantly, whether or not it retains the metro. And we've seen with the Wits poll that the ANC is it's still a party in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, although it's becoming increasingly rural based, but in the metro and the urban, peri-urban areas, it's losing that feel. So the challenge for the ANC is, are they okay with losing Ulundi? Are they okay with the MK party being on the outskirts of the metro? But what happens in the metro is critical for their survival.
So just to remind you, we are waiting for Cyril Ramaphosa to make his SONA address in just over an hour and 10 minutes' time. But this is what Matthew Parks had to tell us. He's from COSATU.
And of the State of the Nation address, the ultimate one for the 6th administration. To my left is Matthew Parks, who is the parliamentary coordinator for COSATU. Sir, thank you for your time and welcome to Eyewitness News.
Sure, thank you for having us.
The new rules that have been adopted, who some see as an attempt to silence the EFF, again, whom some people view, or well, at least they champion themselves as the mouthpiece for the men on the street. What's your take on the new rules?
So, look, we're glad Parliament has adopted the new rules. Parliament belongs to all South Africans. So the EFF does represent a constituency, but so do the other 12 parties within Parliament. They should respect the rules of democracy, but it's not acceptable that the entire nation is watching the State of the Nation address. They expect to hear from the president they elected to office, to hear from the government, what is it doing to address the issues, and then to be disrupted by a rowdy hooligan element which is determined to undermine government, to determine not to allow the president to speak. So I think for us, it's long overdue the Parliament exercises authority. We should not be condemning hooliganism in society, yet we condone it in Parliament. So if the EFF wants to attend Parliament, the rules are quite simple. They're simply to be an adult, to accept the common etiquette of life, decent manners, and so on. The EFF has the space to make its noise in Parliament, like any other party. We don't have to agree with each other, that's fine. But certain rules are required if we want to function in society. But we have a real problem of criminality, of hooliganism in society. We have a problem with people who don't respect women, heavy levels of violence, alcohol abuse. All of these are elements of hooliganism. Yet somehow in the highest authority of the country, where people's elected representatives sit, we want to condone that. And I think for us, it's long overdue Parliament just ensure the rule of law. Because how will society take government seriously if government can't behave properly? How will we take parliamentarians seriously if they can't just behave like normal adults? I think for us it's positive. The EFF will be there, minus 6 MPs, and we hope they will behave and respect that this is what society wants. Society wants to hear from the president how is he addressing their concerns.
Speaking of the problems that we have in this country, one of the major ones is unemployment. What, in your view, would be a successful speech by the president? What sort of barometer? What do you expect him to say for you as COSATU to say, well, there is still hope, or, this is it, we were giving up.
Well, look, for us as COSATU, unemployment is our number one crisis. You can't sustain a society with 4 out of 10 South Africans, they can't find a job. 6 out of 10 young people can't find work. It's a crisis, and everything of government has to be focused on how to reduce unemployment. Otherwise, everything else we achieve will be meaningless. But we have also wanted to say we acknowledge progress that has been made. When we had the State of the Nation address last year, unemployment was at 46%, very scary level. We had lost 2 million jobs during COVID. We've now recovered those jobs, and unemployment has fallen by 5% over the past year. We can't celebrate 41% unemployment, but let's acknowledge progress, and if we can maintain that level of decreasing unemployment by 5% a year, we will turn the tide. But what we want to hear from the president is specific interventions. So can we extend the presidential employment program to accommodate 1 million young people, help them get in the labor market, earn a salary, get skills, confidence, and so forth? Can we increase the SOT grant to at least accommodate the inflation erosion, the food poverty line, and link its participants to skills and employment opportunities? But we must also address the logistical obstacles to growing the economy. So number one is ESCOM. We've seen good progress in ESCOM to reduce load shedding from 12 hours a day last year to about 2 hours a day today. Not out of the woods. ESCOM is still in a very, very fragile state. But can we give more support to ESCOM to ensure we get out of load shedding permanently this year? Transit right now is a major obstacle. It's suffocating the mining and manufacturing agricultural industry, posing a threat to thousands of jobs in those industries. We need to really hear from the president very decisive interventions and clear timeframes, not over 2 years, but over the next few months, to get the queues of the ports ended, but also to make sure our railway network is safe so farmers, the mining companies, the manufacturing industry can get the exports to their products to the destination in time. It also means that government has to deal with the issue of corruption, which bleeds the state. We've got to fix local government, especially in rural towns, which is collapsing. So there's quite a few issues, but if you can address the few big impact items, transit, the presidential employment program, ESCOM, the SARS, corruption, we can turn things around.
Are you confident that the programs that are in place right now to address those problems are working? Because the shipping industry, the farmers here in the Eastern Cape don't seem to think that Transnet, there's any hope to solve the problems of logistics, particularly where Transnet is concerned.
It's a mixed bag. So on the unemployment level, good progress reducing unemployment. ESCOM, in terms of energy, the load shedding, we've seen progress, but again, we're not out of the woods yet. They're still very, very fragile. We need to do more. The transit right now for us is the most scary issue because we've seen the impacts of possibly losing 30,000 jobs in the mining sector. The impact we're seeing in clothing factories, other factories, it's a real crisis. We don't have a matter of 2 years to turn transit around. We think we've got a matter of a few months, otherwise we're going to bleed heavily. The revenue shortfall we saw last November, 55 billion rand, that is purely because of the transit chaos. So we have seen some initial progress in reducing the shipping backlog at Cape Town Harbour, Durban Harbour over the past 2 months. We're not convinced yet, but we're hopeful that we're beginning to turn things around. We've seen the bringing of new cranes, of ordering new tugboats, etc. We hope that will give some relief. But some of it is also much deeper than that. It needs, to expand the ports and so forth, to modernize them. Look, it's a mess, but I think the fact that we managed to turn the tide on the electricity front gives hope that if government is serious, if it's focused, if it gives all the resources, all the interventions, we can turn it around. But we don't have the luxury of time. Transit's got to be the major item of today's SONA.
You're one of the few people I've spoken to today who seem to think there is hope. In any case, this is the last SONA for President Ramaphosa. And some people hope that it's the last one for him altogether. The last 5 years, just in summary, if you were to rate this administration, what's your feeling in terms of progress?
So look, I think one is to be fair to the president. He inherited a mess. He inherited a state riddled and decimated by state capture and corruption. Within a year, we went into COVID-19. We had to lock down the entire nation. He managed the pandemic very well, both on the health and safety front. Our loss of life was far less than many industrialized countries. The amount of social relief we provided for society was much more significant than many other better resourced countries. He's managed to introduce a minimum wage, and when he became president, which has increased by almost 40% from 20 Rand to 27 Rand and 58 cents. And for domestic workers, it's gone from 15 Rand to, again, 27 Rand. So that's a positive achievement. On the load shedding front, we've seen real progress since the collapse last year. He's managed to move some of the most compromised and corrupt characters from the cabinet, from the state. Again, more progress needs to be made. So many fronts he's done well. We now have a two-part pension relief bill in Parliament, which is going to give relief to millions of highly indebted workers to have access early to the pension funds. So those are quite a few things he managed to pilot, a national health insurance bill and so forth. I think also at a personal level, he's been the most accessible president we've had. He's always been available to engage with workers, with COSATU, with unions, to listen to us, what are our proposals. So many of our proposals we've raised with him about releasing the unemployment, 64 billion Rand for the unemployment insurance fund during COVID-19 to help 5.7 million workers. He agreed to it, he did it. The SOD grant, he did it. And I think that's what we want. We want a president who's willing to be humble, to listen, where he makes mistakes, to admit them, not to be arrogant, because I think he also appreciates he needs business, he needs labor, he needs society to assist, because our challenges are that great.
Sir, thank you very much for your time, and all the best for this evening. That was Matthew Parks, the parliamentary coordinator for COSATU. On the whole, very, happy and confident, and still has hope for this administration that is whose term is ending.
Is it going to work?
I think it's a legacy legislation for the ANC to conform to its resolutions, which has been to provide the kind of national health insurance, universal national health insurance to all South Africans, and it's a noble, it's a good kind of policy, very much like a basic income grant. But the problem with it is the costing. And if you look at the costing of, even if you have to have at least maybe 6 billion Rand, how does that impact on the budget deficit of the state? And so it's one thing to talk of a populist policy and a legacy policy, but the problem is that that policy comes at a cost. What do you cut in terms of the budget deficit, the budget?
Because there's very little feeding into it, right, with the SOEs and the state
and
aid.
stuff like that there. So at the moment, the budget deficit, according to reports, and you can see, it's sitting at a very frightening level of 6%, and our threshold is 3%. So we've exceeded that by double. If it has to then add a kind of national health insurance to the state coffers, where does Treasury find that money? You've got municipalities that haven't been paying their ESCOM debt, haven't been paying their electricity bill. You've got you've got the water issue. You've got a whole lot of series of pressure points in the economy that are not basically finding the growth and finding the income to support your kind of national health insurance. And this is not about people saying, oh, the private sector wants to be nasty, or the private sector or the private medical companies want to actually take out a kind of a chunk of that for themselves. It's just basic economics. How much is going to cost the state? At 6% budget deficit, at 8% budget deficit, at 10%. 10% is the frightening scenario.
That's bye-bye South Africa. Is it a disingenuous policy or promise? Okay, it sounds fantastic. NHI is struggling in countries, Australia, the UK. They've got the money. They've got the infrastructure. We don't even have, you see pictures of Tembisa Hospital, for example. So, you're giving people, you're promising them something that is impossible to achieve.
Look, I don't think it's impossible, Jane. I think Sanusha makes a good point in that it actually is very noble, and it's actually progressive, the idea of having universal health care where everyone can have access to quality health care. But I think Sanusha makes a good point about the economics of it, but it's also about the infrastructure, as you are saying, that when you introduce an NHI, what is the state of the public service in terms of providing health care? And it's quite dire. Go to all these rural provinces, you will still see scenes of people lying on the floor, not enough beds, no ambulances. So I think more than anything, I mean, it was not so long ago before the United States introduced what is generally known, widely known as Obamacare, which is the same principle. I think it's about, if anything, and if you listen to some of business, yes, business has actually come out strongly. It's not so much against the principle, but it's about the state of dysfunction within the state and the inability of the state to actually run its institutions.
So why discuss it now? Is it just for votes? Because surely
Look,
the number crunchers know it's not going to happen.
Look, you can't divorce it from the these are politicians. This is not the clergy. So obviously,
We promise you the world.
obviously,
Maybe not.
it actually, I mean, remember this year is an election year, and also 2018, 2019 was good for Cyril Ramaphosa, because when you walk in, you are not responsible for anything. It's your predecessor.
Yeah,
He
it was
spoke
them.
of 9 wasted years. In fact, a colleague, Sipomason on X or Twitter, made the point that in 4 years' time, it will be Ramaphosa's own 9 wasted years.
Yes.
What does he deliver? What does he tell us today? Because he boldly stood on the podium after the elections of 2019 and announced 7 key priorities. And if you look at those priorities, the reality is that the majority of those have not been achieved. Yes, we had COVID-19, which kind of set us back, but the reality is that as a country, and generally there's a general feeling in society that we're actually in a worse position than we were when the president came into power. That is the biggest hurdle for the ANC. No longer can anyone be swayed by platitudes and messages of how well we've done, because we have not done well. So what I do and anticipate is going to happen tonight is that this speech might be hinged around nostalgia of what 30 years represents, or as
From
we've seen in
1990.
all these different epochs or milestones. Where were we in 1994? The number of people with piped water, the number of people who have access to electricity. When actually between 94 and the early 2000s, most of those had been achieved. It's now about what we were promised 5 years ago and which had not been delivered. One of those promises were around, of course, the economy, of course, around ESCOM. Actually, we had the worst load shedding in 2023, right? And Cyril Ramaphosa says in 2019 that in the next 10 years, in fighting crime, the government would have halved cases of violent crime. Now, we're now sitting 5 years later. So at least we expect that 25% of that should have been dealt with. But if you look at the stats, they're actually worse. And actually, criminal gangs are becoming more emboldened. 5 years ago, we did not have what we have now, where you actually have gangs that are running communities and people being forced and threatened to pay protection fees. These are things we were watching in all these South American economies where gangsterism and drug cartels run, but that is happening in South Africa. It's happening in towns around us, in this very Cape Town, where gangs are in charge of the security, right?
I mean, all of those horrors, excuse me, Zabu, are increasing. I was listening today about how there's been a dramatic increase in kidnapping. So it's not just, stopping people in their cars, they're kidnapping them as well. And there really is a feeling
They're brazen.
they're brazen. I mean, what are you going to do about it? What
That's
are you going
it.
to do about it? And Becky Cele, I mean, it's got a whole lot worse under him. If you look at the state of the police service and the fact that we have very little intelligence is a big concern.
But I think these are all symptoms of a state that is essentially becoming increasingly less of a democratic kind of state, but more of a state that is becoming part of criminality. Whether you call it a criminal state, whether you call it a mafia state, whatever. I mean, just to pick up on the point of the criminal element within the state apparatus, you look at the construction industry, you look at the mafia and the cartels that operate in that industry. And it's not just protection money, it's about how you actually, even in the Western Cape, one of a senior member of the human settlements portfolio was assassinated within Delft, which is an area where a Holocaust housing scheme was being built. And these cartels are operating in various levers of the state, whether it's at national level, whether it's at provincial level, whether it's at local government level. We spoke about KZN. KZN has a very high level of political killings and political violence, but political killings where
And police
you
violence
literally
too.
exactly and where you literally get assassinated, so you can bump up candidates on the list for the next position, and that's just frightening in terms of what kind of caliber of bureaucrats you're going to be sending to parliament, when you're going to be sending to your bureaucracies across the public service and so forth. And I think the Minister of Police sometimes makes makes statements that kind of raise questions about whether he is in control of his portfolio. I mean, sometimes the correlation between what he says and what is presented doesn't really reflect on the realities that is happening on the ground. And I think people are becoming increasingly disparaging and in despair about the fact that crime is not just about numbers. It's not just about whether you have an effective police force. Crime is also about the fact that I can feel safe in my community. I don't have to take on mob justice. I don't have to basically constantly worry about children on the Cape Flats that get killed in crossfire of gang violence. And these are things that I think the party, the ANC, the ministers tend to not understand what is everyday life in a ghetto.
I mean, that's a pledge in our constitution as well, or a promise within the constitution that we are to be looked after. You know, we have basic rights, water, power, my safety. We also have a pledge to the United Nations to stamp out corruption. On those areas, we're not doing very well.
Look, the reality is that we've actually regressed as a country. That is why I do not even believe that tonight we'll hear more of the promises. Remember, 2019 we promised smart cities, right? Around Lanseria.
I think we did all guffaw
right?
when we heard it,
I don't think tonight we can expect that, because we've regressed as a country and as a society. And also, I think, as a democracy, which is why it's important. I mean, any country that has no respect for a rule of law is actually not a country that has a future, where everyone believes that the only way to survive is to pay protection fees to criminal gangs that are running rampant in various communities. Now, that's, as Shanusha is saying, that's not something that's abstract. It's not the economy that you might not understand. It's about everyone else. It's about how they feel in their country, in their environments, where no woman has to think of getting a taser when they're going for a jog. That's the kind of society we live in, where it has
El
become...
Salvador kind of route, do we, you know?
I mean, I don't want to say that we're going down that route of South American countries where the mafia is inherently linked in the state. But the challenge is that you've got to recognize that safety and security is key to also your investment. It's key to your economy. It's key to your growth. And the constant cable tips on Transnet, the constant vandalism of Transnet railways, the constant fact that you're having these coal trucks that are on the N3 from Durban to Richards Bay that are basically caught in their own cartel. The fact that you have cartels in your coal industry and you have subpar coal being sold to your state entity is reason enough to say, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You have to be much more on the ball. But I think, you know, the promise of a smart city, but there was also a promise of bullet trains. I think the train has left the station, but it's not a bullet train. But the challenge there
It's not
is
metro
that
rail
it's
either.
not even metro rail. I mean, I don't even know where. They probably stole the cables there. But the point I'm trying to make is that you have to be in touch with reality. What is the smart city going to do if you haven't actually addressed your digitization of fiber?
Yes,
You haven't
and how
actually the
far
spectrum
back are we?
on the spectrum.
Yeah.
Then you want to have a smart city. People can't afford to live in a normal city. What a smart city is going to do? So I think there's a bit of this kind of evangelistic approach to creating these kinds of castles in the sky and whatever. But the president has to be grounded in the realities of what is here and now.
And I mean, it's a tough. So I've been back to South Africa now in about 5.5 years. And when you come back, and obviously I reported on it a lot from Al Jazeera, but when you come back and live here, it's quite a shocking place to rock up in. Because, I mean, things that are anathema elsewhere, like potholes, and then the alarm going off. And the other day, there were a whole lot of Ethiopians who'd been smuggled into a home. I mean, it's relentless, the negative and the fear, the frightening stuff that we actually have to deal with. And the thing is, we mustn't normalize it because it shouldn't be acceptable. You know, and I try not to normalize it, but I also become quite flippant. It shouldn't be acceptable.
Look, it should not be. Actually, it's a very dangerous place to be in, where we kind of become numbed to these incidents. I mean, we report every day about violent crimes as though it's normal, right? Because that's the society we live in, and I think that actually becomes a dangerous point to get to. And the other thing is that there is a whole lot that needs to be done, because this is not just about, when we talk about criminality, it's just not criminality on the streets that's on the surface. No. It's criminality that's also entrenched in the state, where corruption becomes so entrenched to a point where no one fears any repercussions.
Yeah.
Right? You kill somebody in South Africa, your chances of being convicted are actually low. You have so many murders, but if you look at the conviction rate, it's very low. What does that say to to anyone? I mean, it says that if you commit crime, well, you're most likely not going to face the repercussions.
Yeah.
Now, that is a downward spiral we don't want to be in. And it may not be for Ramaphosa to resolve, but I think it's also actually a very dangerous position we find ourselves in as a country where we need to raise our children in, a country which will be inherited by the young people who are the current young generation. So I think it's quite unfortunate where we find ourselves as a country. And I also believe that it's something that, again, goes back to that very point we spoke about, Jane, where I say that civil society, let's not leave it to politicians. They're not going to resolve this for us. Yes, there might be a promise from other people, but they're not going to help us with any of that.
We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens. we must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens.
But their expectations, what have they been telling you? And Sunusha Naidu is with me as well, political analyst.
Good afternoon, Jane. It's strange because it's the last SONA of the administration. We didn't really focus too much on what you expect to hear. I can talk you through a few of the expectations, but really a lot of reflection on how Parliament's performed in this administration, a lot of reflection from some of the ministers about how government has fared over the past few years, and of course a lot of talk about the president himself, the man of the hour, and whether or not he's managed to claw back some of the hope and goodwill he had at the start. And obviously, if you speak to that position, he hasn't. And if you speak to those who are aligned to the ANC, he's really tried his best. Everyone from the ANC will tell you about COVID. Yes, it's a reality, COVID did happen, but they'll speak about that impact. But lots of mixed views about what this moment means, what 30 years of democracy mean, what the upcoming elections mean, but most importantly, how the president has performed with his term of office.
Okay, give us more detail.
I think where do I start? I think the most interesting thing for me is I'm not sure if people are expecting fireworks. Neither am I, Jane, to be honest. I came in here today kind of feeling like there's a bit of yes, South Africa is on highs about its sporting triumphs, its cultural triumphs, but I really feel quite like a lull as far as governance is concerned. You reflect back on what you set out as priorities 7 years ago. I mean, when it came, 7 priorities rather, back in 2019. You reflect back on even the priorities last year. You don't have to go too far. And you wonder how far we've moved along those lines. I spoke to Electricity Minister, COSATU, of course, last year this time. That position was announced, was affirmed by the president that there will be an electricity minister. Today I speak to the electricity minister and I said to him, you know, I feel like the gains that you talk about, in essence, is just recovery. It's not progress, it's not growth. You are rebuilding. But again, of course, they'll defend that. I spoke about infrastructure and economy. That's a role he had in the president's office, and concerns that when he played that role in that particular office, the president was creating a super ministry within the presidency. A lot of people saying it's a lack of understanding of statecraft. Jose Ramaphosa defending that, saying that they were circumstances that demanded that the president bring some of these roles or responsibilities or departments closer, and then have them in his office. Again, I make an argument, and I think Sonisha might agree with it, that I'm not too sure what that has done. Having those particular departments to cut red tape, Operation Vulindlela, the climate change, I'm not too sure. With all the busyness that we've seen in that office along those particular departments, whether or not it's translated to actually moving the needle and addressing really key issues that we experience as citizens in the country.
I mean, that is one of the frustrations, isn't it, what business leaders say? They're all these talk shops, but what really do they achieve? I mean, do you get a sense? I mean, we're looking at some of the pomp and ceremony now, and there we've gone inside. I think we're taking the parliamentary feed from there, and celebrations, obviously enthusiasm from some camps. Did you get a sense from those you spoke to from the ANC that this might be the last time that they're walking down that red carpet?
They defended it. Who was actually clear about this is the last time is Dr. Nkosazana Zuma. She has indicated she's not willing to return to Parliament, thus really confirming what many had been expecting, that it's time for her to retire from serving in cabinet. But she did say to me she'll continue serving in different formations. She does a lot of work with young people. She'll continue that light. Others like Becky Cleda, who I believe actually is on his way out, even if the ANC returns, kind of defended it. But I think the other message, which is important, and I take this from them, Aaron Mutale saying, we cannot, just because you're telling us we'll be out of government, actually sit back and do nothing. The work must continue. And whoever comes in tomorrow must continue with the work regardless. This is obviously about the white paper on immigration. When I said to him, these are problems that one would lay blame on the ANC government. But actually it's porous borders that you are now trying to address that have led to a slew of problems in the country. But it goes back to the ANC government, you know, and he speaks about how actually that it was identified again as far back as 2009. They can take responsibility for how long Parliament has taken to get to a point where they've got now the Border Management Authority, but saying that they can't sit still and say their time is almost up, even if elections are around the corner, even if it means facing the possibility of not being elected back into power.
I mean, that goes back to Tande Modise again, isn't it? I mean, having the SANDF at mines, protecting those mines, when actually the problem is our porous borders, some of our policies. You know, it feels that we're putting the plaster on the top rather than addressing the issues.
There's a few things that Sidi has said, which I think is fundamental to the state of the nation, but this year being the pivotal year of the 30 years of democracy. And one of the things she raised, which we haven't discussed, is the role of Parliament. Why Parliament has taken so long and has been so kind of has procrastinated in its own kind of oversight role. I mean, if you want to go back and look at legislation that should have been passed, for example, to move those committees to make decisions. The one which was really interesting was the committee on what do you do on land expropriation. And they couldn't reach a majority on that. And I think one of the problems that they're going to have, as much as the Minister of Home Affairs has said the work must continue, one of the things that's going to be critical for the ANC, if they get 48% and they have to go into a coalition, is to see how they're going to be majorities in parliamentary portfolio committees. They'll have to choose which portfolio committees are going to be their key portfolio committees where they're going to push legislation. If they're going to push the NHI and get it passed and get it to the point where they have to continue to see it working to the point in which implementation happens, there'll have to be a majority in the portfolio on health. So I think the challenge for the ANC is not just whether they reach a 50% or they still retain some kind of ruling party majority in power at the national level. It's also the fact that they're going to lose bodies in committees, because remember, you have to appoint, if the ANC has 230 people in power, MPs that are in the National Assembly, if they go down to 47, the calculation is much less. So they'll have to get around about 198 or around thereabouts, just a rough calculation now. That means that they won't have majorities in portfolios where key legislation, whether it's the immigration bill, whether it's the national health insurance, whether it's the movement of adopting a South African Development Partnership Agency, moving the ARF, the African Renaissance Fund, fund to a international partnership development fund. All of those things, they're going to find it much more difficult to run a kind of, well, we don't take the other opposition members into consideration. We can run this through. Now they'll have to think about who their coalition partners are, how that's going to play out.
Do you think that flatness is a feeling of, okay, we've come to an end of what we were, and something's going to have to change? We've got to morph into something which is going to be more palatable for South Africans? Big changes ahead?
You know, over the years, towards every election cycle, the ANC has been criticized for being arrogant. I think the ANC is grappling with what is the reality of what the ANC is in people's eyes. There is an argument that people who live in urban centers, such as ourselves, we're in an echo chamber where people view the ANC in one light. However, the ANC does see that even when it wins with a declining majority. So that spells something. I think that it's an ANC that's trying to figure out where it stands. That's the feeling that I'm getting, is that there is a sense of uncertainty, because they are facing the most difficult elections yet since the dawn of democracy. And I don't think that's necessarily lost to them. They might say otherwise in public, but when they find themselves having to argue around coalitions in every engagement, that does say something that the ANC must think of. You know, previously the ANC had been lauded for being the best, really, and being able to self-diagnose.
Yeah.
I don't think they've lost that tool. They understand the importance of self-diagnosis. They might not say it in public, but they understand where they are. They're defensive about their gains over the years for a reason. They're almost, for me, it almost sounds like they're desperate to remind us. Somebody else defined it as blackmailing the population, that the president will step up today and blackmail us into remembering what the ANC has done. For me, and I've asked him about this before, where it feels like you're so desperate to tell me what you've done. You're the governing party. It's your responsibility to do them anyway.
Yes.
Don't expect me
Rather
to
show
be,
us.
Absolutely. Don't expect me to be incredibly grateful for you doing your job. You said you're capable, do it.
Yeah.
So I do think that that kind of ANC is one that's grappling with who and what it is and what could potentially happen when it goes to the polls. There's even arguments, by the way, that, you know, Ramaphosa himself finds himself in conflict between what he needed to do in order to serve the nation versus the interests of the ANC, because at the back of his head there must be a thought about not wanting to be the leader that sends the ANC under.
Yeah.
Yet that's a very real possibility as we're towards the elections.
Wow, what a legacy.
Just to pick up on what Shidi's saying, and I think that kind of vulnerability, uncertainty, ambiguity that the ANC finds itself in, because it's been that party that claims the historical narrative of liberation.
Yes.
He said this in the January 8th statement. Without us, you won't have a social grant. That about more than 18 million people that
Talk
are
about
on a
bribery,
social grant.
threats.
Right.
Yep.
Whether it's at the kind of socio-economic blackmail or emotional blackmail, I think it's also a psychological dilemma for the ANC. For the first time, to think that we are going to go below 50%. That psychological barrier, they started off with about 63. They peaked in 2004 to 2/3 majority. They came down to less than 60, and now they're going to come down to less than 50. That psychological barrier is quite a shock to the system, because how can it be that it's us? And that's a dilemma of most liberation movements that have suffered that kind of psychological dilemma.
And the thing that they're going to reach out to Thabo Mbeki and people like that to try and remind people of what it is that they've achieved, that they don't have their own toolkit.
You know, I want Sanisha to weigh in on my thoughts about the Thabo Mbeki dilemma, or gift, if you may. I think that former President Jacob Zuma, coming out the way that he did with the MK party, has forced the ANC. The ANC does this thing. They like to close rank when you feel threatened. And I think that's what we're seeing with the people like former President Thabo Mbeki, including, funny enough, Mavuso Msimang. He had left the party. If you think about it, at the same time as when Zuma was announcing the MK party and why he couldn't be with the ANC. At the same time, he spoke about an interview I did with the former President Thabo Mbeki in Guinea, where again, Mbeki wasn't sure if he'd be able to campaign. Those things being associated with Zuma doesn't necessarily sit comfortably with his leaders. There are leaders who've kind of looked down on who Zuma was as a president, particularly think about Mavuso Msimang. He was a vocal critic of the former president. So when moments like that, where history might put them in the same box as the former president, they're compelled to act in a completely different way. So it made sense to me seeing Mavuso Msimang go back to the ANC.
Because there was
defined as that. Yeah.
People were shocked.
Yeah, but people would have then defined him as well, he left Zuma and the others. I don't think he wants that to attached to his name. Similarly with Mbeki, Mbeki continues to love the ANC. I think this moment through the MK party, what presented him, is an opportunity to tell the ANC you were wrong. I think former President Thabo Mbeki has been described time immemorial as somebody who is always wanting to be right. So this is the perfect moment for him to go back to them and say, I was right, you were wrong, number one. Secondly, he loves the ANC. I think that we must never undermine how much these former leaders loved the ANC. People used to speak about former President Nelson Mandela. The D8 at its height spoke about how it wasn't the ANC of Mandela. Mandela left the ANC in his will. These are people who loved this party, and I think that it shouldn't be surprising to see Mbeki moving closer and being included in the programs. He'd want to try and salvage the party. I don't think he's happy about what the party is. He's definitely made a lot of public utterances that speaks to that. But he loves the party.
But that's such a good point, isn't it? Because many who viewing it from the outside think, why would you go back to a party like that? It's not serving South Africans at the moment. So what is it? You know, what do they have on you? What's going on?
And I don't think it's what we from the outside looking in can see all of the deficits, all of the irregularities. An organization that's actually disintegrating, but you're hanging on to the symbolism, the cultural identity, the affinity, the historical narrative. That's a symptom of liberation movements, because liberation
the Robert
movements
Mugabe kind of
are very elitist. They are more elitist than you think they are. And so the Thabo Mbeki kind of feel of what liberation is very much in line with, say, the way in which Nehru saw the Congress Party in India. It's a type of elitism, it's a type of intellectual knowledge and capacity. The thinker, Thabo Mbeki with the pipe and sitting and thinking. These are the kinds of remnants and the kind of imagery you want. Zuma didn't fit that. Zuma wasn't from that.
Zuma was actually an anomaly. If you look at the ANC history, I always find it funny. You know, they used to mock the clever blacks. There was a period where being a so-called smart clever black was a joke to some of the ANC. But I used to laugh and be like, but that's the antithesis of what the ANC is. The ANC was started by lawyers. So the so-called clever blacks, the middle class, are the people behind this particular organization. You know, I always find it a little bit funny when you mentioned that actually Zuma, who rose on 100% Zulu boy, is the antithesis of even the idea of having all these different ethnic groups working together. He does fly against a lot of the so-called values that this movement is built on, supposedly.
Yeah, and it comes back to a point where we spoke about the MK party and what does it represent. We spoke about the EFF leaving the ANC, and each of them are contesting the ANC in its identity, in its historical identity, in its historical narrative. In other words, you come to a point where the MK party will say, we are part of the liberation movement that liberated you. So it's a contestation, but it's also a question of what Mbeki sees as an ANC that he grew up to believe as that party or that organization that was very much about a particular kind of elitism. And going back to the ANC now and reconstituting that makes it interesting, because at the elective conference, he stood up in one of the commissions talking about how the ANC has lost its values.
Yes, I mean, for me, watching them, I think now when you speak about Mbeki now, I think about when I first started seeing him come back on the field. We've been obsessed with why, particularly in modern in urban spaces. And I think, by the way, Jane, that's part of the hope now with the elections, is that he's not the kind of politician who's going to go door-to-door campaigns. That's not who Mbeki is. But if there's a gathering of middle-class people, professionals and the likes, that he might pitch, he'll come out to events like this. That is what the ANC is looking at, from what I understand. And it is trying to claw back against support in those areas. You need to go back to when he was removed. In fact, what helped the EFF cause, I'd make an argument, is that dissatisfied black professionals in a place like Gauteng found something that was calling out the governing party that still had some similarities to it in the EFF. But I think over time they've also watched the EFF become something they don't necessarily relate to. I think there's a trust deficit between the leadership with people, and that's why you've kind of seen him plateauing, the EFF plateauing, I think, in urban spaces. But Mbeki does remain that kind of figure. I mean, we saw recently a poll that said he remains one of the most popular politicians, the most popular politician. I find that people still yearn for his words, and he's acutely aware of that. He's even said, I will weigh on these things from time to time because people want to know what a former president thinks of ABCDE and things happening in society.
You said you also spoke to opposition members and who painted a very different picture, obviously. What is the picture they painted?
They want the ANC out of office, as in like yesterday. I mean, you expect that from the opposition. I think what was interesting for me was actually speaking to Reverend Kenneth Mesher of the ACDP, who says he's actually done leading. He's the founder and the leader of ACDP, saying that he's pretty much done being at the helm of the ACDP. What was also interesting for me, Jane, is again, you know, he says that people are looking for consistency. And that's something that's very similar to what Mangosuthu Buthelezi used to peg, saying trust us and that we've been around for so long that we've built up enough of a reputation for you to trust us to govern. And I said to him, I'd make an argument that maybe people are looking for something fresh. Be it in the new leadership that arises from ACDP, be it in the many, many parties that are launching and also seeking to contest the elections. The one thing we all know is that South Africans are seeking something. They themselves don't know what it is. What's been on offer has simply not been good enough. And you see it again in the manifestation of these coalitions in local government. So I mostly spoke to him. I mean, the DA remains completely dissatisfied. In fact, what was interesting about the DA walking in, they don't walk on the red carpet, they walk alongside the red carpet. And that to them speaks to lack of decorum that this event has become, that it's actually lost its stature and its gloss, as you may, over the years.
No. I think, you know, what CD is saying is also what we spoke about as a symptomatic issue of crisis within the opposition party. This issue about continuity. I mean, if you think that you being in power and not having the kind of change you want, but it's continuity, you have to ask yourself, what is the social capital that you're offering? Because really what's going on is we have to now start re-evaluating the social contract between state and citizen. And part of that challenge of the social contract is that the social contract is a sense of feeling a level of distrust of the state, of the institutions, of the leadership, of the governance. And so the political parties that are sitting there in opposition are not being creative enough because their only goal is, let's get rid of the ANC. And the point we need to make is, if you're going to get rid of the ANC, how prepared are you to become the government in power?
I think it's a very important factor. In fact, Jane, just to hop in there's a view within the ANC, very much like about the government, that no transition will immediately happen without them. So the idea that the ANC will just be cut off the tail and a new government will set in is not necessarily something that the ANC has absorbed. I think it's worried. She spoke about ambiguity earlier. Is the uncertainty of who do we have to work with to keep going. They believe they've got the infrastructure of governance, and that will not simply be pushing them out. You need to work them out of the system. So there is that particular view. But I also think that when you watch these different blocks that are coming together, at their infancy, as they're coming together, they often speak about how they'll focus on what they want to do for the people. And within a matter of days, not even weeks, the messaging drives back to the ANC. The obsession becomes about the ANC, and the focus falls away from being about what we have on offer and why we exist. So you exist purely to deal with the ANC, and I think that does put off voters. Because what are you offering me except for you hate the ANC and you want me to hate the ANC along with you?
People
That's not
need
a
more.
question a lot of the opposition have been able to answer. And that is one of the reasons why I think that when opposition turn to voters and say it's an indictment on you, you do not turn out, I think that's a misunderstanding. It's actually an indictment on what's on offer to the voter that will compel them to leave their homes on a cold day or a rainy day to go and vote for somebody because they believe that that person holds the key, the answers to change and to the betterment of life for everyone.
All right, let's take a look at some of the pomp and ceremony. We were promised a bit of pomp and ceremony, and it always delivers, so let's just watch and see what's happening outside.
Or is it the same people throughout?
Yeah, usually with the Air Force, base according to their base. So the Grippins will come from there. If it's the helicopters, they will come from Victoria. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so each according to their base. So the guard that we see there, who is the one on the far left that we see on screen?
The Air Force guy. Unfortunately.
What does he do? What's their role?
Well, the colonels that is on the far left, the two Air Force colonels, they are the RDK selected officers, and they will, when the president comes, they will stand at the back of the podium, and when he moves into the building, they will escort him for the evening into the building. The rest of them are part of the step up, so they will stay outside after the president moved in.
So when the two escort the president inside, they stay outside?
Yeah, except for those two colonels, the Air Force colonels that will escort him inside.
So for young people who are perhaps watching this with interest, especially the entertainment that you see and the different roles that members of the Army and the Navy are playing here, and they are wishing to join in and be part of the Army, what's the process if they wish, and what does it take?
Yeah, so we usually only had the last few years every second year intakes, but it seems as we are going back to the old system where we have an annual intake. And then if people are interested, they usually in February month, in the Sunday newspapers, they will advertise the recruitment process and also the application forms that they can fill in to apply for the Defence Force. So your training is basically done in 1 year then.
So it's a one year training.
Yeah.
And then what do we see now in the screen? Who is now coming in?
This looks like the president.
So yes, we have confirmation that indeed this is the president's motorcade, and it's moving in towards the entrance where the president will be received by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. We are moving swiftly and closer to time. It's just about 12 minutes old before 7 o'clock. And there you see on screen the President of the Republic of South Africa and the First Lady being ushered in to be received by the presiding officers of Parliament. And you can see the junior guard on the side, the President stepping out to greet the junior guard.
So now the National Ceremonial Guard, they will come to attention as the President is also the Commander-in-Chief of the National Defence Force. So a way of showing him respect, they will then come to attention and they will then wait for the salute.
So from here, how long will it take before they get to the salute? What can we expect?
Well, if the President moves to the podium area, they will, when he's ready and standing there, they will give the orders of a salute.
At the moment, the President is greeting the eminent persons. These are special guests, special invitees from each and every province of this country, selected by provinces to be part of the State of the Nation address of 2024.
So the order caps that I spoke about are these two Air Force colonels that are standing with their backs at the moment to us. So they will receive the President. and then they will make a about turn, and the president will follow them to the podium.
So on screen is the First Lady being ushered to a place, and you can see now at the back the president is getting ready to be ushered into the podium. Colonel?
So they will now move to the podium area, and then the First Lady will not be part of the podium group. She will actually just stand somewhere in the back, and the compliments will then be paid to the president himself.
There is
of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, just about to make his State of the Nation address. You're watching Eyewitness News. We're going to stay on this live, and we'll be discussing it afterwards.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, President of the Republic of South Africa.
One day, kumland beningizimu Afrika nga 1994 lapho khona bantu baseningizimu Afrika bayovota kwekuqala nga washo babe Solomon Kalushma Mahlangu wathi umzabalazo usaqhubeka ingako nemzabalazo webuntu sisawenda ngaphansi kwahulumende wethu sikubonile sifika sifo se-COVID-19 yebo samelana naso sihlasela umhlaba wonke saphinde sayibona iningizimu Afrika ilula sandla ilulela iPalestine ingani singema Afrika sikholelwa kwekuthi umuntu ngumuntu ngebantu tandla diyagezana ngaphansi kwahulumende wethu sibonile emidlalo kanjalo bayaphumelela ake nginthathe nginibuyisele emuva ngeminyaka wa-2023 lapho khona bathiwa besifazane bangena ngelinyende ePhalamende halala hulumende wethu ake ngiphindze nginatise ngetemidlalo ingani siyibonile banyana yasebenza ngekuthi khandla saphindze sayibona emabhokobhoko wente kumlando eningizimu Afrika lapho khona indlebe ye-Rugby World Cup yabuya kwesine esiveni sakithi kanti singakhohlwa bafana basebenze ngekuthi khandla bafikile kuma-semi-finals ngaphansi kwahulumende wethu sibonile ukuthi bantu baseningizimu Afrika banawo emakhono ngingayikhohlwa njani indzaba yema-Grammy Awards ngoba sibabonile baqulu baseningizimu Afrika bavela baphakamisa umjeko wethu singama-Afrika kwathi made koba nemculo loletha indondo ekhathi ekhaya halala ma-Afrika konke lokhu kuyenteka ngaphansi kwesandla somengameli wethu mengameli Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa ngivumeleni ngithi baholi bethu kusukela phasi kwamasipala kuyofika kumengameli bethu sithi bayekeleni banibeke emabala ngoba ingwe idla ngemabala siyanqoba lo mnyaka batawuvuma bayekeleni lo nyaka halala 2024 halala halala South Africa halala halala mengameli Cyril Ramaphosa halala lo nyaka Masingo ahe Matamela ahe Songondlo ngingumthenzelo hlaba usamila imfuthi fanele bulala ngaphandle kwesikhali imamba lehlatane lengibabona bulawe loshikitela ngetinyawo nekujahembini ngoba kukuthi emuva ngiwasempumalanga ngiphuma la ngasiko sesithuthelane ngebuhle ngaphasi kwamake premier referendumeni ngiwasenzaweni yasenkomazi ingani ngingaphasi kwamengameli wesineke mengameli Cyril Ramaphosa ngingosatane nziwe ngibide ngisabele ngisonzele.
There will be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 842D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13(1)A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. Honorable members, before I invite the President to address this joint sitting, I wish to remind all of us that in December last year, amendments to the joint rules of parliament were agreed in respect of Chapter 2 of the joint rules, specifically parts 1 and 2, which deal with order in joint sittings and the rules of debate. In this regard, I wish to highlight the following: that the rules provide that no other business may be considered during a joint sitting other than the specified business for which the joint sitting was called. Rule 15.3 provides that no member may interrupt the President whilst delivering the State of the Nation address. In terms of Joint Rule 5.7, a point of order must be confined only to a matter of breach of these joint rules or parliamentary procedure or practice or a matter relating to unparliamentary conduct and must be raised immediately when the alleged breach occurs. The member raising the point of order must refer to a rule or standing order, or at the least the principle or subject matter upon which the point of order is being based. A member wishing to raise a question of privilege must report it to the Speaker or Chairperson without delay in accordance with Joint Rule 5.8. If the alleged breach of privilege is, in the opinion of the Speaker or the Chairperson, adequately substantiated and may affect a joint sitting of the House on the day or in the immediate future, the Speaker or the Chairperson may, in due regard to the provisions of the Act, rule on the matter and announce it in the joint sitting. If the alleged breach of privilege does not directly affect the joint sitting of the Houses in the immediate future, the Speaker or the Chairperson may refer the matter to the relevant committee of the House to which affected member belongs. Rule 38 stipulates that whenever the presiding officer addresses members during a joint sitting, any member then speaking or seeking to speak must resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer must be heard without interruption. Rule 52 provides that no member shall use unparliamentary, offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming language or sounds or offensive or threatening gestures. Rule 57 provides that rulings by presiding officers are final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. In terms of Joint Rule 8, a member who willfully fails or refuses to obey any joint rule or order or resolution may be found guilty of contempt of Parliament. As members are aware, the rules are there to protect the dignity and decorum of the House and to ensure that business before the Houses of Parliament is conducted in an orderly manner. Rule 41 states that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that of a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, the presiding officer may order the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the sitting. I now call the Honorable President to address the joint sitting.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngagula, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, and Mrs. Mashatile, former President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President Zile Mlambo Ngcuka, former Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Baleka Mbete, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, Deputy Chief Justice Ms. Mandisa Maya, various justices who are here present, Mayor of Cape Town, Councillor Gordon Hill-Lewis, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps and Regional Deans, the heads of institutions supporting our democracy, eminent persons representing our 9 provinces who I just greeted a few minutes ago, members of Parliament, and fellow South Africans. As we were preparing this State of the Nation address, we were deeply saddened to hear of the tragic passing of Dr. Hage Geingob, the President of the Republic of Namibia. President Geingob was a dear friend to me and to the people of South Africa, and a comrade in arms in the struggle for our freedom. He was a champion of African peace, unity, progress, and development. May I ask that we observe a moment of silence in his honor as we remember him by rising. Thank you. This State of the Nation address takes place in the 30th year of our democracy. On the 27th of April, 1994, millions of Africans cast their ballot in a democratic election, many for the very first time in their lives. That momentous day was the culmination of centuries of struggle, the struggle to liberate our people from suffering, from dispossession, oppression, exploitation, and poverty and inequality. As we stood in the long, winding queues to vote, we turned to one another and spoke of our joy, and sometimes with tears running down our cheeks. We embraced friends and strangers alike, encouraged by a sense of a common future that we were about to determine for our country with our votes. We placed into those ballot boxes not just a vote, but a dream of the country we wanted to build. It was the dream of a South Africa that, in every sense, belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. The world watched as Nelson Mandela, the father of our nation, cast his vote in Inanda in KwaZulu-Natal, the land of Ushaka, a hero whose name echoes across the ages, the birthplace of John Langalibalele Dube, the first president of the African National Congress. An organization which united African people and the home of Chief Albert Luthuli, the first African Nobel Peace Laureate. In many ways, his voting in Inanda, at the place where John Langalibalele Dube is buried, was symbolic, because through casting his vote there, he was reporting back to the first president of the ANC on how far the struggle had been prosecuted. After casting his ballot, Madiba said, "This is the beginning of a new era. We have moved from an era of pessimism, division, limited opportunities, turmoil, and conflict. We are starting a new era of hope, reconciliation, and nation building. It is this dream of a free and united people that is woven into our democratic constitution. It is this constitution that has guided our collective efforts over the last 3 decades to fundamentally change our country for the better. And it must stand at the center of the work that we do now to build a better life for all our people. Over the last 3 decades, we have been on a journey striving together to achieve a new society, a national democratic society. We have cast off the tyranny of apartheid and built a democratic state based on the will of the people. We have established strong institutions to protect the fundamental freedoms and human rights of all our people. We have transformed the lives of millions of South Africans, providing the necessities of life and creating opportunities that never existed for them before. We have enabled a diverse economy whose minerals, whose agricultural products, and manufactured goods are exported and reach every corner of the world while creating jobs in our own country. As a country, we have returned to the community of nations, extending a hand of peace and friendship to all countries and all peoples. Just as we cannot deny the progress South Africans have made over the last 30 years, nor should we diminish the severe challenges that we continue to face as a people. We have endured times of great difficulty when the strength of our constitutional democracy has been severely tested. There have been times when events beyond our borders have held back our progress. The global financial crisis of 2007 and 2008 brought to an end a decade of strong growth and faster job creation. More recently, the Russia-Ukraine conflict has contributed to rising prices of fuel, food, and other commodities across the world, and has, as a result, made life more difficult for all South Africans. There have also been times when events at home have shaken the foundations of our constitutional democracy. Perhaps the greatest damage was caused during the era of state capture. For a decade, individuals at the highest levels of the state conspired with private individuals to take over and repurpose state-owned enterprises, law enforcement agencies, and other public institutions. In some cases, these activities were enabled by local and multinational companies. Billions of rands that were meant to meet the needs of ordinary South Africans were stolen. Confidence in our country was badly eroded. Public institutions were severely weakened. The effects of state capture continue to be felt across society, from the shortage of freight locomotives to crumbling public services, from poor performance of our power stations to failed development projects in a number of places. But South Africans, including many honest and dedicated public servants, fought back and worked together to defeat state capture. Even then, attempts to thwart the country's recovery continued. We recall with great anguish the events of July 2021, when individuals loyal to their own interests sought to provoke a popular insurrection, leading to a tragic loss of life and widespread destruction. Again, they were unsuccessful. These efforts to undo the hard-won gains of our freedom failed because the people of South Africa stood firm together in defense of our Constitution and its promise of a better life for all. It was the same determination that enabled the country to endure the devastation of COVID-19, the worst global pandemic in over a century. More than 100,000 South Africans lost their lives to the disease, and more than 2 million people lost their jobs. Yet it would have been far worse if we had not acted together as South Africans to stop the spread of the virus, to support our health workers, to protect the most vulnerable, and to roll out an unprecedented vaccination program. We were able to unite society around a common effort to save lives and livelihoods. I want to pay tribute to many thousands of South Africans who made financial contributions to the Solidarity Fund, to the workers who produce medical supplies, and to the nurses, the doctors, and other health workers, to our soldiers and police, who also risked their lives to care for those who were ill. Another major challenge we had to address during this period is gender-based violence and femicide, which we characterized as the second pandemic. As the government, we have introduced laws and directed more resources to prosecuting perpetrators, providing better support to survivors, and promoting women's empowerment at an economic level. As a society, we must intensify our collective efforts to bring together various efforts that are going to bring gender-based violence and femicide to an end. In recent years, the country has had to confront the effects of climate change. We have had devastating wildfires here in the Western Cape, destructive floods in KwaZulu-Natal, unbearable heat waves in the Northern Cape, persistent drought in the Eastern Cape, and intense storms in Gauteng and Northwest. Much of the task of this administration was to get our country through these challenges and to work to regain our way. While each of these events has left its mark, our country has weathered every storm and every challenge that we confronted. Yes, we have the scars to show, but in every case, South Africans have been resolute. We have not only persevered, but we have come back stronger and more determined from all these calamities that befell our country. All these efforts have demonstrated how South Africans value their freedom, a freedom that was won after decades of struggle. The story of the first 30 years of our democracy can best be told through a number of initiatives that have been embarked upon in the 30 years. But I think that the story can best be told through the life of a child who was born at the dawn of our democracy called Tintswalo. Tintswalo, democracy's child, grew up in a society that was worlds apart from the South Africa of her parents, South Africa of her grandparents and great-grandparents. Loko Tintswalo afika ka South Africa, ukume kuri swilo swo tala a swa ha fani na swilo swa khale. Ukume kuri swilo leswi endlaku hi hulumeni wa hina i swona swi nga kota ku ri swi yisa vutomi bya yena pambili. She grew up in a society governed by a constitution rooted in equality, the rule of law, and affirmation of the inherent dignity of every citizen. Tintswalo and many others born at the same time as her were beneficiaries of the first policies of the democratic state to provide free health care for pregnant women and children under the age of 6. Tintswalo's formative years were spent in a house provided by the state, one of millions of houses built to shelter the poor. O ile a re ha a tswalwa a hwetša hore dintlo di a agiwa ke mmuso o motjha wa South Africa. Ba bang ba ileng ba tswala pele ga ena ba ne ba golela dintlong tsa maratharata. Empa yena o ile a re ha a tswalwa a hwetša gore mmuso o wa South Africa o agela batho dintlo tse dintši-ntši. Tintswalo grew up in a household provided with basic water and electricity, in a house where her parents were likely to have lived without electricity before 1994. Ngo-1994, abantu abaningi kulelizwe lakithi bebengenawo ugesi. Kodwa uTintswalo uthe makezalwa wathola ukuthi ugesi ukhona. Ufakwe uhulumeni. Tintswalo was enrolled in a school in which her parents did not have to pay school fees. And each school day, she received nutritious meals as part of a program that today the program that today supports 9 million learners from poor families. Hoyu Tinswalo, duva achia chikoloni, uswika chikoloni, ngamacheloni, kazungwe zikolo, uwana na breakfast, kazungwe chikolo, uwana ziliwa za masiyara. Hezi zoba zisaitei, chipingani chakali. Zoba zisiho, namusi ziwaitea, nga uri, unamubuso muswa wa Afrika chipembe, uneva kweisa zitupanda. The democratic state provided a child support grant to meet Tinswalo's basic needs. This grant, together with other forms of social assistance, continues to be a lifeline for more than 26 million South Africans every month. With this support, Tinswalo, democracy's child, was able to complete high school. Through the assistance of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, Tinswalo attended one of our TVET colleges and obtained a qualification. When Tinswalo entered the world of work, she was able to progress and thrive with the support of the state's employment equity and black economic empowerment policies. With the income she earned, she was able to save. She was also able to support her parents. She was able to start a family, to move into a better house, and to live a better life. This is the story of millions of people who have been born since the dawn of democracy. Whether people like it or not, this is the reality of many people in our country. But truth be told, it is only part of the story. For despite the remarkable achievements of the last 30 years, many of democracy's children still face great challenges. Millions of young people aged 15 to 24 years are currently not in employment, education, or training. There are many who have a matric, a diploma, or a degree who are not able to find a job or do not have the means to even start a business. Now, this is a trend that prevails in many countries around the world. While economic growth is essential to reduce unemployment, we cannot wait to provide the work that many of democracy's children need. As government, we have taken steps to address the youth unemployment challenge. I had the privilege yesterday to be in the presence of almost 1,000 young people. 1,000 young people who are bearing testimony to how, through the various initiatives that government has put in place, that the private sector has also put in place, have been able to see progress in their own lives. 3 years ago, building on the experience and success of the expanded public works program, we launched the Presidential Employment Stimulus. Through this program, we've been able to create more than 1.7 million work and livelihood opportunities. Through the stimulus, we have placed more than 1 million young people as school assistants in 23,000 schools. If you go around our country and you talk to school principals, you talk to school teachers, they will tell you how beneficial this program has been in assisting them in their schools, but more importantly, how beneficial this program has been to these young people who are being introduced to the world of work. This has provided them with valuable work experience while improving learning outcomes. Through the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, we have established what we call SA Youth Mobi as a zero-rated platform for unemployed young people to access opportunities for learning and earning. Over 4.3 million people, young people for that matter, are now engaged on the network, and 1.6 million have so far secured opportunities. We have, working together with the National Youth Development Agency, the NYDA, set up a number of initiatives to provide opportunities for young people, including the National Youth Service and the Youth Employment Service, where we are cooperating and working with the private sector. A number of companies in our country have signed up to this, as they have seen the need to join in the task of creating job opportunities for young people. These programs matter because work matters to people. The NYDA has played a key role in assisting a number of young people to start their own businesses. Having a job does not only provide an income, it is fundamental to people's sense of self-worth, of dignity, of hope, purpose, and inclusion. From the depths of deprivation and inequality, we have worked over 30 years to ensure that all South Africans have an equal chance to prosper. And we have sought to live up to leaving no one behind. It is not enough to recognize the injustices of the past. We need to correct them. We have introduced laws and undertaken programs to enable Black South Africans who were previously disadvantaged and prevented from getting into many opportunities. We've also enabled women to advance in the workplace, to become owners and managers, to acquire land and to build up assets, even as, because they are women, were prevented by laws of the past from doing so. The proportion of jobs in executive management held by Black people have increased exponentially, almost fivefold between 1996 and 2016. One of the overriding challenges this administration had to deal with when it took office was state capture and corruption. Our first priority was to put a decisive stop to state capture, to dismantle the criminal networks within the state and to ensure that perpetrators face justice. We had to do so. We had to do so that we could restore our institutions and rebuild our economy. We appointed capable people with integrity to head our law enforcement agencies, government departments, security services, and companies, often through an independent and transparent process. The credibility and efficiency of a number of institutions, like the South African Revenue Service, have been restored and their performance has improved. Some may not like this, but that is the reality of what has happened. We set up the Investigating Directorate as a specialized and multidisciplinary unit within the National Prosecuting Authority to investigate corruption and other serious crimes. Great progress has been made in bringing those responsible for all these acts of malfeasance to justice. More than 200 accused persons are being prosecuted as we speak. More are under investigation. Stolen funds are being recovered. Freezing orders, I see you love this. Freezing orders of 14 billion rand have been granted to the NPA's Asset Forfeiture Unit for state capture-related cases, and around 8.6 billion rand in corrupt proceeds have been returned to the state. A restored and revitalized SARS has collected 4.8 billion in unpaid taxes as a result of evidence presented to the State Capture Commission, while the Special Investigating Unit has instituted civil litigation to the value of 64 billion rand. We have taken steps, including through new legislation, to strengthen our ability to prevent fraud and secure our removal from the grey list of the Financial Action Task Force. With the assistance of business, we have set up a digital forensic capability to support the NPA, especially its Investigating Directorate, which in due course will be expanded to support law enforcement more broadly. Legislation is currently before Parliament to establish the Investigating Directorate as a permanent entity with full investigating powers. But there is much more work to be done to eradicate corruption completely. Based on the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, we are determined to introduce further measures to strengthen our anti-corruption agencies, to protect whistleblowers, to regulate lobbying and prevent the undue influence of public representatives in procurement. We will not stop until every person responsible is held to account. We will not stop. We will not stop until all money stolen has been recovered. And yes, we will not stop until even those corporations, blue chip corporations that were involved in state capture, are made to be accountable. The real tragedy of state capture was that it diverted attention and resources away from what government should have been doing, which is to grow our economy and create jobs. Over the past 5 years, we have worked earnestly to revive our economy from a decade of stagnation and to protect it from both domestic and global shocks. We have made progress in a number of ways. Our economy today is 3 times larger than what it was 30 years ago. The number of South Africans who are in employment has increased from 8 million in 1994 to 16.7 million today. Over the last 2 years, the number of jobs being created has been increasing every quarter, and we now have more people in employment than before the pandemic. Yet, our unemployment rate is the highest it has ever been. Even as employment is growing, more people are entering the job market each year than jobs are being created. We have laid a foundation for growth through far-reaching economic reforms that we have embarked upon, an ambitious investment drive, and an infrastructure program that is starting to yield results. Companies continue to invest. Thousands of hectares of farmland are being planted. New factories are being opened, and production is being expanded. We are on track to resolve the most important constraints on economic growth by stabilizing our energy supply and fixing our logistics system. As these obstacles are removed, the true potential of our economy will be unleashed. We set out a clear plan to end load shedding, which we have been implementing with a single-minded focus through the National Energy Crisis Committee. We have delivered on our commitments to bring substantial new power through private investment on the grid, which is already helping to reduce load shedding. Last year, we implemented a major debt relief package, which will enable Eskom to make investments in maintenance and transmission infrastructure and ensure its sustainability going forward. Since we revived our renewable energy program 5 years ago, we have connected more than 2,500 megawatts of solar and wind power to the grid, with 3 times this amount already in procurement or construction. Through tax incentives and financial support, we have more than doubled the amount of rooftop solar capacity installed across the country in just the past year. We have implemented sweeping regulatory reforms to enable private investment in electricity generation, with more than 120 new private energy projects that are now in development. These are phenomenal developments that are driving the restructuring of our electricity sector in line with many other economies have done to increase competitiveness and to bring down their energy prices. Through all these actions, we are confident that the worst is behind us and the end of load shedding is finally within reach. But we are not stopping there. To ensure that we never face a similar crisis ever again, we are reforming our energy system to make it more competitive, more sustainable, and reliable into the future. We are going to build more than 14,000 kilometers of new transmission lines to accommodate renewable energy over the coming years. To fast-track this process, we will enable investment in transmission infrastructure through a variety of innovative investment models. Re tla ya mo bao ba nang le tjhelete. Re ba bitse gore ba tle ba tlo sebetsana le rona ka go kenya ditjhelete tsa bona mo transmission ya motlakase. Go etsetsa gore transmission ya rona e tie. Last year we tabled the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill to support the restructuring of Eskom and establish a competitive electricity market. As we undertake these reforms, we are positioning our economy for the future growth in a world shaped by climate change and a revolution in green technologies. In the last 3 years, our country has seen the increase in extreme weather events, often with disastrous consequences. This is why we are implementing a just energy transition, not only to reduce carbon emissions and fight climate change, but to create growth and jobs for our people in the future. We will undertake this transition at a pace, at a scale, and at a cost that our country can afford, and in a manner that ensures energy security. So we will not be compelled to embark on processes that are going to disadvantage our country in this regard. With our abundance of solar, wind, and mineral resources, we are going to create thousands of jobs in renewable energy, in green hydrogen, green steel, electric vehicles, and other green products. The Northern Cape, with its optimal solar conditions, one of the very best in the world conditions, has already attracted billions of rands in investment. We are going to set up a special economic zone in the Boegoebaai port to drive investment in green energy. There's a great deal of interest already from the private sector, with companies such as Sasol and many others who are ready to participate in the boom that will be generated through our green hydrogen energy projects. We have decided to support electric vehicle manufacturing in our country to grow our automotive sector, which provides good jobs to thousands of workers. And in this regard, we are already at an advanced stage of cooperating with our neighbors, with countries such as the DRC, which is well endowed with critical minerals, with countries such as Botswana, which is already involved in parts of the value chain of automotive manufacturing. With all these countries, we are going to be able to form an incredibly powerful ecosystem that is going to enable all of us to benefit from the green energy revolution. We have decided to give special focus to regions such as Mpumalanga to enable the creation of new industries, new economic opportunities, and sustainable jobs. And in the past year, we have increased the financing pledges for our Just Energy Transition Investment Plan from around 170 billion rand to almost 240 billion rand. Now, to address the persistent effects of global warming, which manifests itself through persistent floods, fires, and droughts, we have decided to establish a climate change response fund. This will bring together all spheres of government and the private sector in a collaborative effort to build our resilience and respond to the impacts of climate change. Now, this decision was inspired by the persistent calamities that we are subjected to. Almost every year, KwaZulu-Natal experiences massive floods that destroy our infrastructure. Yes, the Western Cape is suffering from wildfires that continue to destroy quite a number of assets in our country. And indeed, many other provinces are actually suffering from the effects of climate change. So this fund, which we hope will gain the attraction of all, like the fund we set up during COVID, will support various areas that suffer from climate change to deal with severe inefficiencies in our freight logistics. We are taking action to improve our ports and rail network and restore them to world-class standards. We have set out a clear roadmap to stabilize the performance of Transnet and reform our logistics system. Working closely with business and labor, we have established dedicated teams to turn around 5 strategic corridors that transport our goods for export purposes. The number of ships waiting to berth at the Port of Durban, which has experienced severe congestion in recent months, has reduced from more than 60 ships in mid-November to just 12 ships at the end of January. Now, that represents progress. Transnet has appointed an international terminal operator to help expand and improve its largest terminal at the Port of Durban. And we are overhauling the freight rail system by allowing private rail operators to access the rail network. With the current conflict in the Middle East affecting shipping traffic through the Suez Canal, South Africa is well positioned to offer bunkering services for ships that will be rerouted via our shores. We completed, as we all know, the auction of broadband spectrum after more than a decade of delays, resulting in new investment, lower data costs, and improved network reach and quality. Now, these reforms have a profound impact in a society in which access to the internet has risen dramatically over the last decade. Less than half of all households had internet access in 2011, compared to 79% of households in 2022, meaning that South Africans more and more are using the internet. Some use it to trade, some use it to improve their livelihoods, some use it to learn, but the internet is being spread more and more, even in our rural areas. Just this week, we published new regulations to reform our visa system, which will make it easier to attract the skills that our economy needs and create a dynamic ecosystem for innovation as well as entrepreneurship. We raised 1.5 trillion rand in new investment commitments through 5 South African investment conferences, of which over 500 billion has already flown into the economy. To support growth in the mining sector, we are moving ahead with the modernization of our mining rights licensing system and are launching an exploration fund to support emerging miners and exploit new mineral deposits. Through this, mining, which has been the bedrock on which the South African economy was built, will once again become a sunrise industry. Participation of previously disadvantaged black people is increasing. Black ownership now stands at approximately 39% when compared to just 2% in 2004. This is progress that is being made, allowing black people to participate in a key industry in our economy. Investment in infrastructure is gaining momentum. New and innovative funding mechanisms will be utilized to increase construction of infrastructure. The Minister of Finance announced this in his medium-term policy budget statement last year, where he said, we are now going to be able, yes, to fund infrastructure through utilization of innovative new methods. It could be build, operate, and transfer. It could be embarking on investment vehicles as well as investment ideas that will enable us to speed up the construction of infrastructure. The Department of Water and Sanitation aims to enhance water resource management by initiating infrastructure projects to secure water supply and diversifying water sources to reduce dependence on surface water. Water being such a major challenge in our country, this is actually answering to the need of our people just to have water. Vanhu vo tala la Afrika Dzonga va vulavula hi mati, va tshama va hi byela ku ri mati a va na wona, va lava ku ri hi endla ku ri mati a va kona. Bulk water projects are under construction across the country to improve water supply to millions of residents in villages, towns, and cities. The following water infrastructure projects are now in progress or have been completed. The Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which is going to invest up to 40 billion rand, is now in progress. Umzimvubu, that we've been talking about for years, has now commenced. Hazelmere Dam, Umkomazi Water Project, Clan William Dam, Zanini Dam, Loscom, Madlakazi, pipeline from Jozini Dam, Giyani, pipeline from Nandoni Dam to Nsami Dam, Pilansbeck Water, Val Haramahara, and the pipeline from the Val River to Hotazel. Now, all these are projects that are underway or have been completed. In the Eastern Cape, the Msikaba and the Mtento bridges are beginning to rise over the landscape and will be among the highest in Africa once completed. So if you want to find the highest bridge in Africa, you will have to go to the Eastern Cape. The steel used. Now, the steel used for part of the project is fabricated in Mpumalanga, and the iron ore comes from the Northern Cape. In the past 5 years, Sanral, which manages nearly 25,000 kilometers of road, has awarded more than 1,200 projects to the value of 120 billion rand, meaning that the focus on constructing our roads, repairing our roads, yes, even attending to our potholes is now underway. Yes, it is. Now, you talk to the Premier of the Eastern Cape. He will tell you that many of the roads in the Eastern Cape are now being attended to. Similarly, when you talk to the Premier of the Northern Cape, he will tell you the same. Yes, in November last year, now listen to this one. In November last year, Cabinet approved a framework for high-speed rail, focusing initially on the Johannesburg to Durban corridor. As we grow the economy, we are making it more inclusive through redistribution. Around 25% of farmland in our country is now owned by Black South Africans. And this has been confirmed by an eminent agricultural economist, Wandile Sihlobo. This brings us closer to achieving our target of 30% by 2030. And he says to me, President, we will have exceeded this target by 2030 because a number of initiatives are now underway to ensure that Black South Africans have access to the ownership of land. In the last 5 years, we have supported around 1,000 Black industrialists with funding and other forms of support. These Black-owned firms employ more than 90,000 workers and contribute many billions of rands to our economy. Now, this is the revolution that is underway to bring more and more Black people into the real economy. At the same time, about 200,000 more workers obtained ownership of shares in the companies that they work for, bringing the total worker ownership in companies in the South African economy to well over 500,000 workers. We see this trend continuing to grow as more and more companies realize that it is beneficial to their own operations and their businesses that their workers should have a stake in the businesses that they work for. And we call upon the private sector to go ahead and increase the participation of their workers in the businesses that they work for. The reforms that we have initiated and the work that is underway will enable us, yes, as I said, to improve our logistics system, to achieve water security, and ultimately, it will lead to the creation of jobs. While our challenges have never been greater, our response to these challenges will lead us to greater prosperity than we have ever known. One of the worst injustices of apartheid was the manner in which education was used as a tool to perpetuate inequality and exploitation of Black people. Over the 30 years, we've sought to use education as a tool to create equality and to empower our people. Our basic education outcomes are steadily improving across a range of measures. The latest matric pass rate at 82.9% is the highest ever achieved. And we congratulate the matriculants of 2023 for achieving this incredible pass rate. And with each new year, learners from no-fee schools are accounting for more and more bachelor passes that are achieved. And as I have often said, this is the silent revolution that is underway, that the children of the poorest parents in our country are now able to produce pass rates that are equal, that are even beginning to surpass the pass rates that you find in former Model C schools, in your independent schools as well. This is the progress that we've been longing to see in our education system. At the same time, fewer learners are dropping out of school. We have increased funding for poor and working class students in universities and TVET colleges significantly over the past 5 years. Over the next 5 years, we will focus our attention on expanding access to early childhood development and improving early grade learning and reading, where we are already beginning to see progress. Moving early childhood development to the Department of Basic Education was one of the most important decisions that we have taken, as we are now able to devote more resources to early childhood development and ensure that through cooperative governance, various departments of government do get involved in childhood development programs augmented and led by the Department of Basic Education. Our policies and programs have, over the course of 30 years, lifted millions of people out of dire poverty. Today, fewer South Africans go hungry and fewer live in poverty. In 1993, South Africa faced a significant poverty challenge, with 71.1% of its population living in poverty. However, under the democratic government, there has been a consistent decline in these numbers. By 2010, the poverty rate had dropped to 60.9%, and it continued to decrease, reaching 55.5% in 2020, as reported by the World Bank. Now, this progress has been made possible by extensive support to those in society who need it most. 5 years ago, we introduced a further measure to tackle poverty by introducing the national minimum wage, as envisaged in the Freedom Charter. The decision by key role players, they being business and labor and communities, they took a decision to introduce the national minimum wage. And this has immediately raised the wages of over 6 million workers who support their families. In the midst of the pandemic, we introduced the special SRD grant, which currently reaches some 9 million unemployed people every month. We have seen the benefits of this grant and will extend it and improve it as the next step towards income support for the unemployed. These grants and subsidies do much more than give people what they need to live. They are an investment in the future. Many people tend to dismiss this and say we are establishing a dependent society. We are investing in our people and investing in their future as well. Social assistance has shown to increase school enrollment and attendance. It has also shown to lower dropout rates, and it has also improved pass rates. This is what social assistance to our people does. South Africans today are living longer than ever before. Life expectancy has increased from 54 years in 2003 to 65 years in 2023. The World Health Organization, DG, says this is a phenomenal development, because many countries do not just move from a 55 years of life expectancy to 65. Maternal and infant deaths have declined dramatically. We have built more hospitals and clinics, especially in poor areas, providing better quality of care to more South Africans. We are building new hospitals, and one of those, which is the state-of-the-art type of hospital, is the Limpopo Academic Hospital, which is currently under construction as we speak. Now, I had, anecdotally, a good representation of how our healthcare system has been improving. When the ANC held its anniversary birthday, there was a bus accident where 5 people passed away and scores were injured. They were taken to our hospitals in Mpumalanga and in Limpopo. Now, I went to see some of them, and when they were asked that, don't you want to move to a private hospital because you are on a private medical aid as a result of a job or whatever, many of them said no. We are being well looked after here. Now, I see you love this. Now, this is what I experienced in just talking to those people who were lying in bed, who were injured, who testified that they were being well looked after in rural hospitals in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga. Today, 95 persons diagnosed with HIV know their status. 79% of those receive antiretroviral treatment, and 93 of those are virally suppressed. New HIV infections among young people have declined significantly. And while our health system has had great impact on people's lives, we are working to improve both the quality of healthcare and equality of access. The National Health Insurance Bill has been passed by this House, both houses, and that will provide free health care at the point of care for all South Africans, whether in the public or private health facilities. Now, the bill has arrived on my desk. I'm going through the bill. Yes, I'm looking for a pen. I'm looking for a pen. We plan to incrementally implement the NHI, dealing with issues like the health system financing, the health workforce, medical products, vaccines, and technologies, and health information systems. One of the most visible, impactful, and meaningful achievements of the first 3 decades of freedom has been in providing homes to our people. Today, nearly 9 out of every 10 households live in a formal dwelling, as said by the Statistician General. Where there were once shacks and mud houses with thatch roof, there are now homes of brick and mortar. There are homes with water to drink and to wash with, homes with electricity for lighting and cooking. At the end of apartheid, only 6 out of 10 people had access to clean water. Today, the figure has increased to nearly 9 out of 10 South Africans. We are working to ensure that subsidized housing is located close to work, close to education and other services. But for services to be delivered, local government has to work. Now, when it comes to housing, we are also embarking on new and innovative funding mechanisms. We have tested this in the Northern Cape, where we are doing what we call front-loading. And we launched together with Premier Zamani Sol a project that will result in 4,500 houses for R1 billion funded through the Development Bank of South Africa. Now, this is an innovative way, and we are now putting into practice these new methods of funding infrastructure to enable us to ramp up infrastructure so that the infrastructure build can power our economy and create more jobs. Too many municipalities are failing on governance, financial and service delivery measures. These constraints affect every aspect of our people's daily lives. We have started the implementation of a number of measures to address this problem by providing support to local government, including professionalizing the civil service and ensuring that people with the right skills and the appropriate capability are appointed to key positions. That people are not appointed because they know so and so and so and so. The presidency, the National Treasury, and COCTA are working together to enhance technical capacity in local government and to improve planning, coordination, as well as fiscal oversight. Now, through the presidential imbizos that we have held across the country, we have seen how the district development model has brought together all spheres of government and key stakeholders to address the service delivery challenges in communities. The district development model has proven to be an effective instrument to enhance cooperative governance and collaboration. Through this model, we are breaking down the silos that we often find in government, where we enhance government departments working together and all layers of government also working together, adhering to what is set out in our Constitution. We will continue to broaden and deepen this process Tackling crime and insecurity is a key priority. South Africans deserve to live in a safe environment, to walk freely without fear in their neighborhoods and public spaces. During this administration, we have focused on equipping our law enforcement agencies, which had been systematically weakened, to do their work effectively. We have strengthened the ranks of the police through the recruitment of 20,000 police officers, as I announced in the past two SONAs, over the last 2 years, and another 10,000 will be recruited in this year as well. An extra 5,000 police officers have been deployed to public order policing. The South African Police Service has launched a very effective operation or initiative, which is Operation Chanela, as a new approach to target crime hotspots, which has resulted in over 285,000 arrests since May last year. The economic infrastructure task teams that are operational in all provinces have had important successes in combating cable theft, damage to critical infrastructure, as well as illegal mining. Through close collaboration with the private sector, we have seen a reduction in security incidents on the rail network. We launched the new Border Management Authority last year to improve the security of our borders and have already stopped well over 100,000 people who tried to enter our country illegally. Together with the civil society, we developed the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. Together with civil society, and as a society-wide response to this pandemic, around 21 billion rand has been dedicated over the medium term to the implementation of the 6 pillars of the plan, including the economic empowerment of women. New laws were introduced to strengthen the response to the criminal justice system, gender-based violence, and provide better support to survivors of such violence. Our ultimate goal is to end gender-based violence altogether by mobilizing all of society. And as part of this, we support the call for a pledge that men in South Africa should be invited to sign, to take and demonstrate, to ensure that they demonstrate their personal commitment to ending this scourge. Now, this initiative of signing a pledge was initiated by young boys at a school called Benedict. They have drafted a pledge that men should commit and sign to. And we discussed it at the Cabinet Lekgotla and felt that we, collectively as the men of South Africa as well, taking our cue from young boys at the school, should also be mobilized to sign this pledge. Women are also drafting their own pledge, which will speak to the issues of women and their experiences on gender-based violence. This pledge, yes, will be flighted publicly, and I will be, and the Deputy President and everyone else in Cabinet will be the first to sign this pledge. We still have a long way to go to build safer communities, to prevent violent crime and protect our infrastructure. But there is no doubt that a professional, well-trained and properly resourced police force working closely with our communities will make our country a safer place. And it is therefore a further call for the setting up of community policing forums that should be effective, which we as government have committed to fund. Today, every South African can hold their heads high, confident that we have assumed our rightful place on the world stage. We remain committed to playing a constructive role on our continent and around the world for the realization of a better Africa and a better world. We will continue to play an important role to silence the guns throughout our continent. Our engagement with the parties in the Russia-Ukraine conflict through the Africa Peace Initiative are progressing. We engage in these peace efforts because we believe that even the most intractable conflicts can be brought to an end through negotiations, guided by the fundamental principle of human rights and freedom. We have taken up the Palestinians' cause to prevent further deaths and destructions in Gaza. We know that there are some in our nation who do not support this course that we have embarked upon. We have welcomed the ruling of the International Court of Justice that Israel must take all measures within its power to prevent acts of genocide against Palestinians. And we condemn the killing of civilians on all sides and call on all parties involved in the conflict to commit to a peace process that will deliver a two-state solution as resolved by the United Nations. We will use our foreign policy to pursue our development goals. During our leadership of BRICS last year, we witnessed a new chapter for BRICS, the BRICS family of countries. The expansion of the group from 5 to 10 countries presents opportunities for trade and a strengthening of political and diplomatic ties between countries in the global south. We will build on the progress we have made in establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, which will transform South Africa's economy and that of the continent by creating new jobs and increasing economic participation across our continent. And we will place Africa's development at the top of the agenda when we, as South Africa, host the G20 next year in 2025. The achievements over the last 3 decades are a testament to the power of collaboration and partnership to address our most pressing challenges. Our country has a vibrant civil society, a powerful union movement, and an engaged private sector. Over the last 5 years, we have worked with these social partners to address challenges such as to keep people safe and to distribute vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic, and to mobilize a society-wide response to to gender-based violence. In the past year, we've come together with our social partners to end load shedding, to address the challenges in the logistics sector, to tackle crime and corruption, and to also accelerate job creation. This is the South African way of building a social compact, working together on tangible issues, and it will be the key to building a new society in the years to come. This is the last State of the Nation address of the 6th Democratic Administration. NgesiZulu kunelizwi elithi sizawubuya futhi sizawuthi masibuyile abantu bazothi ibuyile ngoba izoba ibuyile ngempela. Labo abangathi bayajabula uma ngithi this is the last State of the Nation address, bacabanga ukuthi asinawubuya, sizawubuya khona la kule ndawo. The last 5 years have been a period of recovery, rebuilding, and renewal. We have had to revitalize our economy after more than a decade of poor economic performance. We have had to rebuild our public institutions after the era of state capture. We have had to recover from a devastating global pandemic that caused great misery and hardship, that closed businesses and cost our nation many jobs and lives. And we have had to confront and overcome a debilitating electricity crisis that, despite significant improvement in recent months, continues to hold back our economy. We have come a long way in the last 5 years. We have built on the achievements of the last 3 decades, and we have taken decisive measures to address the immediate challenges facing South Africans. We have restored the independence and capability of our law enforcement agencies to tackle corruption and crime. We have worked to advance the rights of persons with disability. We took great pride in making South African Sign Language the 12th official language of our country. We have safeguarded and promoted the basic rights in our Constitution, such as freedom of speech, freedom of the press, association and belief. We have defended, yes, media freedom, and we have also defended the independence of the judiciary. We have protected and advanced the rights of members of the LGBTQI+ community and continue to combat all forms of prejudice and intolerance, and particularly also to people with albinism. We have made significant progress on measures to grow our economy, to create jobs, and to reduce poverty. While we have set in motion the process of renewal and reform, there is more work to be done to see these reforms through to the end. We will see the work that is underway and ensure that it goes ahead. Mishumo ye raithoma kha hei miṅwaha miṱanu I khou bvelela phanḓa, I ḓo dzula I tshi bvelela phanḓa. Leyo yonke le misebenzi esayiqala izawuqhubeka. Bayathanda noma abathandi izawuqhubeka. And working with our partners, we will be able to revive our economy. Yes, we will tackle and deal with the debilitating effects of load shedding, our ports and the logistics. We will continue to strengthen our law enforcement institutions, and we will continue to tackle gender-based violence and fight corruption to make South Africa a safe place for all. We will continue to strengthen local government. The initiatives that I spoke to will go ahead. We will professionalize the public service and increase the capacity of the state so that the state can serve our people better. And we will ensure, as the Auditor General has said, that we should hold those in office accountable, and there should be consequence management for those who do wrong things. We will continue to position our economy to grow and compete in a fast-changing world. And we will also support small businesses by providing funding, by providing resources to small and medium enterprises, and to give young people opportunities to thrive and to start their own businesses and to succeed, and to provide social protection to the vulnerable. We will continue the work to improve the country's fiscal position and hold firm to a sound macroeconomic trajectory. We will use the opportunities provided by the African Free Continental Trade Area to increase our trade and expand our industries. We will continue to protect workers' rights and improve their well-being in places of work and to make sure that our workers are well treated. We will continue to build an inclusive economy, focusing on the empowerment of Black people and women, South Africans. Yes, we will intensify land reform and pursue a just energy transition that leaves no one behind. Fellow South Africans, as we celebrate these 30 years of freedom, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to our constitutional democracy and its promise for a better life. We should not give in to those who resist the responsibility that the Constitution places on us to correct the injustices of the past and fundamentally transform our economy and society. We must remind these people of the obligation that the Constitution places on the state to progressively realize the rights of everyone to housing, healthcare, food, water, social security, safety, and education. By the same measure, we should not allow anyone to diminish vital democratic institutions, to denigrate our judiciary, or to challenge the constitutional authority of this parliament. We should not give in to those who seek to divide our nation, to incite violence and undermine our democracy. As in the past, as in the future, the people of South Africa should stand together against any attempt to reverse the achievements of our democracy. As the chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly, I worked with many great leaders of our country to craft a constitution that truly reflects the will of South African people. As President, I see my primary duty to defend our Constitution and to work every day to realize its promise. As we move forward, let us remember that it is up to us, not anyone else, to determine the future of South Africa. We are not passive observers of our history. We are its authors. We are the builders of this country that we call home. As we look towards the next 30 years of freedom, we must choose the kind of country and indeed the kind of world we want to create for ourselves and our children. We are committed to a South Africa in which our common identity lies in our recognition of each other's humanity. We want a country in which every person is free to be exactly who they are, regardless of their race, their gender, their sexual orientation, their ethnicity, or their religion. We want a country in which the same opportunities are available to every child, whether they are born in Sandton, in Mdantsane, in Sekhukhune, in Mitchell's Plain, or in Phoenix. We want a country in which the rule of law applies to everyone, no matter how wealthy they are or what position they hold. As we continue the journey towards making this vision a reality, we are inspired by democracy's children, by their energy, by their creativity and their enthusiasm. We are inspired by the young people who have carried our hopes onto the global stage with their music, with their dance. We are inspired by, yes, the Grammy Award winner who won the Grammy Award recently, like Tyler. We are inspired by Bafana Bafana. We are also inspired by the Springboks. Yes, they inspire us. As we mark the 30th anniversary of our freedom, we are reminded of the words of our President Nelson Mandela, who said that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. That is where we are. And he said, I have taken time to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vistas that surrounds me, to look back on the distance I have come. But I can rest only for a moment, for with freedom comes responsibilities, and I dare not linger, for my long walk is not yet ended. Washo uMandela wathi isende lendlela, inde lendlela, tsela ena e sampane le telele, ho tlameile hore re tsamaye tsela ena, re a rata kapa re rate, setse re le tseleng. While we have come far, yes, we still have a long way to go. Like Madiba, we must keep moving. Always forward, always onwards, towards the country of our dreams. Always believing that our victory is certain. Because indeed it is certain. Ke a leboga na cancer, ndiyalibua, ikhensile ngiyabonga kubo bonke abantu balapha eMzantsi Afrika Nilale kahle. Ngiyabonga.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President, delegates and members of Parliament. Please allow me at this point to thank the President for the address. After I have adjourned this joint sitting, members should rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary...
Gosh, it certainly was very quiet and uneventful without the EFF causing disruptions as we saw them do last year. We've been watching Cyril Ramaphosa, his 8th State of the Nation address, the last under this administration, the last one before the elections. It was all about recovery, renewal and rebuilding, and he harped a lot back to 94. He kept on going back in time, the achievements that have been made since the end of apartheid. In fact, I was looking at some of your comments coming up on our screen, and people were gobsmacked how often he referred back to the achievements. And I guess that says a lot about what the administration has or has not achieved under his leadership. He spoke, he even started laughing about fixing potholes, and everyone was like, yeah, right, whatever. Some numbers that he bandied about, he said 25% of farmland is owned by black farmers, and that by 2030 they're going to push it up by a whole 5% to 30%. He spoke also a lot about state capture. He blamed everything. The demise in certain industries, SOEs, he blamed it all on everything else but him. The war in Ukraine, COVID, he went back a lot to that, and state capture, which is quite ironical considering he's still got people working for him who've been implicated in state capture. Some vague numbers he bandied about. He said we brought millions out of poverty, but he didn't quantify, he wasn't specific. Again, he mentioned the NHI. He said, where's the pen? I'm going to sign it off now. Talking about bringing free health to everybody, which is obviously what everybody wants in the country, but where's he going to get that money from? Particularly the fact that SOEs are not putting any money back into the coffers. Spent a lot of time talking about crime, how he's going to sort that out in this country, and that picture would often go back to Becky Cele as he was talking about that. Sanusha Naidu has been listening in on this with me, and I asked you, Sanusha, if there was anything that he'd achieved compared to last year's State of the Nation address, and you were unable to answer me.
No, because I think this was really a speech to try and celebrate his 5 years in office, but also to use the speech as an election platform. The one thing that didn't come out, which we thought would come out, is he didn't announce the date for the election.
Correct.
And I think that would have actually taken away a little bit of his shine. You quite rightly point out that there was a lot of broad statements in the speech. What I found interesting was when he started, he weaved a narrative of the past and linked it to the present and tried to define the future. And that narrative was of a child that was born to parents that were living under apartheid, who then came through the various policies that were instituted by the post-apartheid government, the ANC-led government, and he took us through a narrative of one child that essentially got through, became part of this generation that was a recipient of NSFAS and went to a no-fee school, was part of a feeding scheme, got the meals. He created an incredible narrative around that. And that narrative was to show that we have achieved a lot. And he said there are millions of those kids that are in South Africa in a post-apartheid state. But those kids are also sitting in schools that don't necessarily have the kind of infrastructure you want. Some of those schools are still having pit latrines. Some of those schools are feeding schemes because children are not getting any kind of food security at home. So going to school is a source of food for them. And these no fees schools and these feeding scheme schools is actually dependent on what is happening in municipalities where the municipalities, the MECs and all of that education departments at the provincial and municipality level are not feeding the money into those schemes. So some of it is being run by communities. So I think what he's done is that he's tried to embellish a very interesting narrative about what South Africa was like and what South Africa is like now. But the problem with this narrative is that it doesn't fill in the gaps.
And we're going to talk more about the gaps in a moment, but let's just go to the red carpet now. See, Madea's there, and she's going to get some reaction for us.
Hello, welcome to a Eyewitness News Special. We are coming to you from what would normally be defined as the parliamentary precinct. But for your understanding, I'm outside the Cape Town City Hall, which has been turned into Parliament. So pretend we are in that precinct before Parliament. We are looking at reaction following, of course, President Cyril Ramaphosa's last State of the Nation address for this term of office, for this administration, which is winding down, of course, as South Africa prepares to go to the polls. Politicians have started, members of Parliament have started coming out of Parliament. We are going to get their reaction, make sense of what they think of the speech. Joining me is Brett Harding from Good. Sorry, excuse me for a second, Brett. It's been a long day. Please forgive me. Your sense of the speech?
Well, I think the president dwelled on the nostalgia of the past 30 years, and I don't think we should underestimate the how much progress we've achieved since 1994 in terms of developing a democratic state with strong constitutional values and the freedoms that we enjoy today and take for granted that we didn't have pre-1994. So celebrating those and dwelling on those and expressing some nostalgia about our achievements in that space, I think is appropriate. But what we really needed to hear tonight was a clear and coherent economic growth plan, because our economic growth is way too low to create the employment that we need, to reduce the poverty that we have that is deepening in our country, to reduce the debt to the debt ratio, and to build an economy that includes everybody. So I thought that there was a lack of coherence in the economic growth plan. There was a repetition that there is a plan, but in fact many components of that plan are old. The green economy was exciting for us. The prominence of the renewable energy plan was exciting for us. But if you go back to 2010, the new growth path framework that was adopted in 2010 talks about the green economy and the opportunity to create hundreds of thousands of jobs in that economy. What has happened between 2010 and now in terms of developing that green economy? And then I think the big disappointment was that he didn't go far enough with regards to the introduction of a basic income grant. He mentioned that there was a hope or an intention to improve on the social relief of distress grant, which is only 350 rand per month, not even half the amount of money that South Africans need to live to meet their basic food needs. So that was a disappointment.
There was a little bit of rinse and repeat for me. I mean, the story of Tenswalo, and we know the president loves anecdotes, but the story of Tenswalo made me think about the story of Thandi, the NDP. We've been here before. In fact, when you speak now about nostalgia, I was hoping for a little bit more detail. I do know that one has to think about the small window that we have before we go to elections. Does that feel like a speech from a president who is coming back? I know he said Siabuya and we'll finish off ABCDE, but did it feel like a speech from a president who's willing to continue serving the nation?
Well, I would say that the last sona from a president at the end of their term of office, as we go into an election, would be the opportunity to say, this is what we promised you in 2019 when you elected us, and this is what we've achieved. But clearly there wasn't a lot that he could say in that space. And so this is why I was saying there was an opportunity for him to demonstrate to South Africa that he had a plan to get us out of the economic crisis that we're in, the economic growth crisis that we're in. So there wasn't a lot of detail, and there was certainly no accounting for the last 5 years against the mandate that the voters gave the ANC government in 2019.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to leave it at that, Brett. Thank you so much from Good. I actually want to bring in, before I go to Electoral, I want to very quickly bring in the DA's Chief Whip, Sivuwe Kwahube. I always get his name wrong. I got it right today. Sivuwe, good evening. It did feel like an election speech, almost a bid to blackmail, really, I think, the citizens into this is what we've done over 30 years of ANC government. Your thoughts?
Look, I thought it was interesting that the president refused to confine himself to the past 5 years of his term in office. It's clear now for us that that's going to be the election strategy. The election strategy is going to have to stretch out the term that you are looking at, look at 30 years of our democracy, almost saying that the duration of our democracy is what you owe us, almost saying that this is what we brought you, and therefore, because we've brought you this kind of democracy, you owe us your vote. And I think that's very dangerous. I think that the president should have essentially come out and defended what his party has done or not done. I think that South Africans don't owe the ANC any kind of loyalty for having been in government for 30 years. I think, in fact, they've been more than generous with the ANC government. But there were a couple of things, Zidi, that for me really, really stood out. We obviously are welcoming the continuation of the SRD grant. Our view is that you can't simply stop that. There are millions of South Africans who are living in poverty, 30 million people living in poverty, 5 million people who are essentially starving to death in South Africa, 7 out of 10 young people unemployed. But these are also statistics. This is indicative of a country that is in crisis. These are statistics that the president and his party have presided upon. These things have not happened in a vacuum. And the president starts off his speech by saying they've had to contend with things such as the economic crash in 2008. But all of these things are smart mathematics that the president is doing, and he has refused to take accountability. I think if South Africans heard him say, we sought to do right, it didn't go our way, we apologize for where we didn't get it right, and this is what we're going to do. And so it did feel like an election speech, but for me, I think it's cold comfort to the people who will struggle to put food on the table tonight.
Why do you think it's so difficult for him to come outright and say to citizens, here's where we have failed? To look back at 5 years in office, 2019 had a set of priorities. They've evolved over the years. I look back at the 4 major issues he tackled last year, and again, they're still outstanding. Why do you think it's so difficult to take the country to his confidence and say, actually, I messed up and we can do better?
I think it's difficult because he's not going to be able to numerically list the things that he has objectively achieved. I think it's going to be very difficult. And that's why I think they are fudging the numbers and saying we are looking at a 30-year period, we are looking at our democracy, and he comes up with an analogy of a young person who was born in 1994. But all of these things, again, CD, the reason being is because there's an inability to list the things that were done and were done well. And so for me, I think the South Africans need to look at this for what it is. This is a government that is refusing to accept that they have not delivered against their promises. And essentially what the president is saying is that I have nothing more than to say to you except to say we came in government into government 30 years ago. At least you owe us that much. You owe us one last chance to get into government. And so I think it's simply not good enough.
All right, thank you so much. That's the DA's Chief Whip, Sivuwe Kwahube, speaking to us there about their thoughts with regards to President Cyril Ramaphosa's speech. Stepping into our space now is somebody who's not yet in Parliament. Action SA's Eastern Cape leader, Chairperson Electoral joins me now. You are watching on the sidelines, of course, with the hope that when you do go to the elections, South Africans will put you inside the National Assembly. Your sense of how Parliament has performed during this administration as an observer?
Well, first of all, I would have thought that the President would have used this opportunity to tell South African how well his government had performed. There's only one thing that he really got right, and he wasn't going to talk about it this evening. In 2018, he said he'd rather be remembered as a weak president than the president who presided over the splitting of the ANC. Well, he's achieved those two. We know he's a weak president, and he's presided over the collapse of the ANC. Further, he had to conjure up Tinswalo, a fictitious figure that I don't know where she lives, but she doesn't live in the Eastern Cape. Tinswalo lives in the Eastern Cape, might have electricity and water infrastructure in her house, but it doesn't work. There's nothing more frustrating than having that infrastructure that doesn't work. Tinswalo lives in a province where 40,000 of her friends and learners can't get to school because Ramaphosa's government says that transport to education that's more than 10 kilometers away is a privilege, not a right. Road and rail networks do not work in our province. We've got big motor manufacturing companies that say they're going to leave the Eastern Cape, Volkswagen and Ford, because they can't provide services. That will affect Tinswalo's family members, uncles and aunts who will lose jobs. Hotels are closing down on the Wild Coast because people cannot access them. That is the reality of the Eastern Cape. And there's some other things that I want to just make reference to. Tinswalo is unemployed, and so are 49% of her peers in the Eastern Cape. They battle with gender-based violence. They battle with drugs, gangsterism and alcohol abuse. That's the lived reality. She lives in a province where corruption is pervasive, especially at local government level. It affects service delivery. So this is an election year, Tsidi. What we're going to do as Action SA, we're going to go to Tinswalo and to her parents and say the president says, right, everything's fine, you're happy and well taken care of and looked after. They will decide in a few short months' time whether that story that he told is the reality or simply a fantasy.
Two very quick things before I let you go. I do see Minister Naledi Pandor, who I'm hoping to also get her thoughts on the speech. Two very, very quick things. The issue of unemployment. He speaks about 30 years. Obviously, we are not where we were 30 years ago. He doesn't then zone into where we are at the moment. What would you have said if you were the president speaking to the nation? What would you have done differently, Ethel, if you had that opportunity?
Well, that's vintage Ramaphosa, because he says we've got more people in work now than there were 30 years ago. That's obvious. Our population has grown more than doubled. The real problem, and he did also mention it, that there are more people unemployed. So to simply say there are more people working than there were 30 years ago is completely disingenuous. There are more people dependent on the state, the 28 million that he refers to, that no self-respecting government should be breastbeating about. We should be celebrating every million South Africans that aren't dependent on a measly 350 rand a month that comes intermittently. That's not good enough.
One of the other issues I think is an issue that I must speak to Action SA about is immigration. Suddenly seeing the move and the push by the ANC government, there is a white paper that's currently doing the rounds. Starting seeing the ANC government now trying to move in a particular way, and Parliament, I think this goes back to my earlier question to you, your thoughts about how Parliament has performed. This is my last shot before I speak to the Minister.
Well, this white paper on our borders is completely like putting a Band-Aid on a septic wound. We have no border control, we have no national sovereignty. People come across the river on a daily basis with contraband. We don't know who they are, they're undocumented, they can do as they please, they don't pay tax, they send the money they make back to their countries of origin. It is a crisis and it affects unemployment, and Cyril Ramaphosa did not speak about that.
All right, thank you so much. That's Action SA's Electoral. Speaking about the speech, as I said earlier, I do see Minister Naledi Pandor in the background. I wanted to chat to her about a few things, obviously her take on this, but we'll always come back to the issues of international relations. EWN running a story about a commentator who's received a letter from the German government on her stance on Gaza. I'd like to hear what the minister makes of this and what else she's heard about this, about the politics of the ANC at the moment. We'll also, again, be speaking to different leaders. I am, as I said earlier, speaking to you from outside the precinct here in Parliament, where we are speaking to different leaders about their take on what the president had to say. I mean, a lot of them saying it felt nostalgic, and I think that's exactly what my sentiments were too. You know, South Africa's democratic breakthrough was really part and parcel of the message that President Ramaphosa delivered here to the citizens at the SONA. He spoke a lot about this period of being one of renewal, revival and rebuilding. I think the question to you as citizens is, have they gone far enough? Have they done enough to renew, to revive, to rebuild? Do you feel hopeful? Speaks about the spirit of resilience. I came in here saying I don't expect much from the president, and to be honest, as I stand here looking around this precinct, hoping to speak to different leaders, my sentiments really and truly remain that way, where I'm not so sure what the president delivered. I'm asking myself whether this was an election speech or whether or not he was speaking and accounting really for 5 years of office, where again he came in on the back of multiple promises, a set of priorities that he had put out to citizens. Whether or not he's moved the needle is the question. Earlier we spoke to Dr. Ramaphosa, an electricity minister born out of a crisis over load shedding. We still have load shedding. What's interesting there is that your different leaders also still still predicting at this hour, today in 2024, still unable to say for sure when load shedding will come to an end. Some predicting it will be done by the end of this year, others by next year. I am at the parliamentary precinct, as I said earlier on, speaking to different politicians, getting their reactions from members of parliament over the speech that was just delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa. I just spotted Vuyo Zungula from ATM earlier on, and I'm hoping he can come by and maybe chat to us as well. I see Voter Vessels from Freedom Front Plus as well. I'm going to try and grab Voter Vessels. Hi, Voter. Welcome to EW. And I'm very good, thank you. Let's speak a little bit about the speech. Your key takeaways.
Well, the president lives in a different world from that which ordinary South Africans experience daily. And it's actually an insult to South Africans who experience crises and hardships daily to come here and say that his administration has been successful. They have not. He should have used this opportunity to apologize to South Africans that he did not fulfill the promises he made more than 6 years ago and which he repeats in each State of the Nation address.
How should we take it? I mean, he doesn't focus on the promises. He has been called somebody who over-promises. He spoke a little bit about infrastructure, spoke about empowerment, but we don't have the nitty-gritties, the details of what was actually done in his time in office.
Well, if you listen to certain stories he told, success stories, it really sounds like fables because it's not the reality. Take the job opportunities he spoke about for youth, especially. Youth unemployment is a crisis in South Africa. And to then blame unemployment on a world tendency, that is unacceptable. It's ANC policy and state capture and corruption and an economy that has been destroyed by that is responsible for unemployment in South Africa. He should take responsibility, but we do believe that South Africans see through this and that we can expect change. This was, hopefully, his last promises, his last State of the Nation address.
All right, thank you so much. That's Voter Vessels from Freedom Front Plus. I want to now speak to Vuyo Zungula from ATM. Vuyo, welcome. Thank you for joining us. So I want to go back to a graphic, a really glaring graphic that ATM had put together ahead of this State of the Nation address, where you looked at where we were in 2019 and where we are now. As you put that together and you looked at the numbers, the nitty-gritties of where South Africa is, what was your sense and what did you come here with, knowing the picture that South Africa is currently facing?
That graphic that we produce shows the true state of the nation. Now, what Mr. Ramaphosa tried to do today is to speak about the 30 years into democracy, make comparisons as to where we are now versus where we were during the times of apartheid. Whereas he should have been focused on where the country is now in relation to where he took the country in 2018. This is his 8th SONA that he was presenting tonight. So 8 SONAs later, he is still talking about things that need to be fixed, things that are going to be done, whereas he is not accounting on where we are currently as a country.
All right, thank you so much, Vuyo. I'm cutting you short for a little bit because I just very quickly want to get the thoughts of Minister Naledi Pandor. I'll definitely come back to you. That's Vuyo Zungula from ATM. It is a bit of a scrum. I must very quickly tell you that the MPs will trickle out and then they'll flood this area. Then you struggle to find people to get their thoughts and then you're overwhelmed in 1 second. But again, a lot of people are unimpressed, from what I can sense, with the president's speech, saying that, nostalgia didn't go far enough. You just heard from ATM's Vuyo Zungula a short while ago saying that the real state of the country is in a graphic that they documented ahead of the SONA. You heard Voter Vessels from Freedom Front Plus speaking about a leader who lives elsewhere in his head, who's not present with us at all. I see the IFP nearby. I'm hoping we can maybe also hear from the IFP, where we can hear, I see Naren Singh from the IFP. Mr. Singh, good afternoon. Well, good evening, rather. Good evening. Welcome to Eyewitness News. Let's very quickly, your thoughts about this moment.
Not excited, not overwhelmed. The things that the president said this evening we've heard before. And I think what was good about tonight was that there was an admission that we've done something, but there's a lot more to be done. And I think there's a lot more to be done to inspire hope in the people of South Africa than they have done. They had 30 years to do it. They haven't really achieved what the people of South Africa would have wanted.
There's also a question of how this parliament has performed, though, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, when he was heading the State Capture Commission, spoke about what Parliament gets wrong. How a Parliament that's built along party line, that functions in that way, fails to serve the citizens. There is a sentiment from some in the ANC that they feel that they've managed to achieve that they were robust, that they handle themselves differently. Your sense of how this Parliament, the sixth administration, carried itself?
No, I absolutely agree with Chief Raymond Zondo. You see, when there's a majority like that the ANC have currently, then, whatever they say goes. And although we as opposition come in on many instances, for example, on the Nkandla issue and all these other issues, NHI, they just steamroll the decisions, and that's not good for democracy. I think a healthy democracy is where there's checks and balances, and I think that is what Chief Justice Raymond Zondo pointed out, that Parliament is not holding the executive accountable. And if you look at the number of questions that are not answered and so on and so forth, and then the ANC themselves not acting as parliamentarians but as acting as cadres of the ANC and being afraid to criticize the executive, this is what's going to happen, and that's got to change.
Did you feel that you were listening to the elections manifesto tonight?
Absolutely. You put the words in my mouth. It was an ANC election manifesto. And I think you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all of the time.
While I have you here, let me quickly get your thoughts on the Abatulusi by-elections. Very interesting seeing the arrival of MK Party. IFP, KZN has always been seen as an IFP stronghold. Are you concerned? Are the by-elections telling you that there's a need to go back to the drawing board? I know you saw some growth, but are you worried? Do you think that it's time to go back to the drawing board and rethink what you also will put on offer ahead of the elections?
Well, that's exactly what we are doing now, because what we saw over the voter registration weekend concerned us a bit. Many of us went to a number of stations, and the MK were present at all of them in their numbers, with T-shirts, with gazebos, etc. And they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. But we think in KZN they're going to have more of an impact on the ANC rather than us. But we are not going to be complacent, we're not going to take that lying down, and we are developing strategies to counter that. And some of the strategies would include the fact that we've been in government before. 10 years we governed the province, we governed 26 municipalities, and there are people coming in new on the block. Will you trust them with governance? And that's the big thing for us.
And before I let you go, this is a question I should have asked a lot of other MPs and I forgot. This is the first State of the Nation in a really long time where we just got on with the business of the day. How different was that for you? Is it refreshing? Is it not? Did you miss the theatrics?
Very refreshing, but you miss some of the things that need to happen and make it exciting. That's why I say it wasn't exciting in content and in the way things took place. But it's unfortunate that some of the political parties were not there. But the courts decided, and hopefully next year we can have a more aggressive kind of State of the Nation address.
All right, thank you so much. That's the IFP's Naren Singh speaking about the speech from President Ramaphosa. A lot, again, the sentiments over and over again saying a lot of rinse and repeat, that there's nothing really new, that they feel that they were listening to an elections manifesto. Of course, a lot of parties focusing their attention on the upcoming polls, of course, trying to figure out how do you weaken an ANC. I don't know if you caught that President Ramaphosa earlier saying, "Siabuya," saying that they'll return to deal with issues like load shedding. I don't know if South Africans have that kind of appetite. Again, I'm coming to you from the City Hall, Cape Town City Hall, which for tonight is Parliament. So this is the precinct. We're seeing several MPs walking out, and we are chatting to them, trying to get their thoughts. Again, a lot of the opposition not necessarily impressed. I'm hoping to speak to Minister Naledi Pandor. I'm hoping to also speak to Justice Minister. Just spotted Ronald Lamola a short while ago, where we'll get his thoughts about the President's State of the Nation address. Again, coming to you from Parliament. So there's a lot happening. I think Sitle might be able to show you a little bit. There's a lot of movement around me. I'm waiting to speak to a couple of politicians just to get their thoughts again on this particular speech. We spoke to voter vessels from the Freedom Front Plus, again telling us that actually this is, again, a rinse and repeat, saying that they were not impressed, blaming a lot of the things that have gone wrong since the advent of democracy on the ANC itself. EWN is coming to you live from the parliamentary precinct where President Ramaphosa delivered his last State of the Nation address, the last one for this term of office. South Africa, of course, heading to the elections. There were some expectations that he will make big announcements. couldn't see that. And listening to that speech, that's kind of what I saw. I couldn't see anything that moves in that particular direction. I saw my editor-in-chief a short while ago, Sibusiso Ngalwa. I also want to try and pick his brain and get some of his thoughts on what it is that we heard from the president inside Parliament. Did the speech go far enough? Did it make sense to him? I'm hoping he can hop on and chat to us. I'll take you back to studio also in a short while. We are in the precinct trying to get the thoughts of politicians, of people here about the president's speech. Back to studio.
Are we going to get Naledi? Okay. Yeah.
No, we'll look for guests. No.
Just check it out, Mr. Mark. It's all good in its place and properly connected.
Okay, give me 5 minutes.
We are still coming to you from outside Parliament, where President Ramaphosa delivered his final State of the Nation address for this administration as the country prepares to go to the general elections. Joining me now is the second Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, but she's also a member of Cabinet, Asma Rupini Ramaphosa. Thank you so much for your time. Your sense of the speech, please.
I am really happy with the speech because the President have been able to give us an account of the past 5 years, juxtaposing it, of course, with what we have been able to do in the past 30 years in building the democracy that we are in today. So I'm quite excited about it because this gives us now an opportunity to know what to expect in the future.
You say the past 5 years. I couldn't sense that. A lot of the opposition also couldn't sense that. In fact, they felt that he was doing a report back on the last 30 years of democracy instead of zoning in really on 5 years of himself in office.
If you listened very well, he did speak about the 5 years. He spoke about the COVID-19 and how we responded to it. He spoke about the fact that we have been able to actually increase the life mortality of children and women as well. He has also been able to speak about how he have been able to deal with the issues of energy security. He has spoken about how we have been able to put in place systems that would speak to the logistics. So that happened in the past 5 years.
He says, Siabuya, to finish off where you left off. Do you think he said enough to the public, to citizens, for the ANC to get some buy-in?
I believe that the account that he has given has definitely brought the ANC more votes, and it has definitely given confidence back to the people about what the ANC have done, and it has done it methodologically so that people can be able to get scientific facts, in fact, in terms of what the ANC have been able to do.
Thank you so much. That's Minister Marupini Ramaphosa saying that the President has given us an update. He's given a scientific update, at least, of the past 5 years. Do I agree with that? I don't necessarily agree with it. Joining me now is another member of Cabinet, Minister Ronald Lamola. Ronald, good evening. Thank you so much. Let me start with you about the EFF not being here. It was a different kind of State of the Nation. In the time that you've been a member of Cabinet, all you've really known are sonas with theatrics. This time, it didn't have that.
Yeah, obviously, we expect that the EFF must participate in debates, and superior logic must be the one that reigns supreme, not anarchy and chaos. So the rules have been designed to ensure that in Parliament, only superior logic must reign supreme and no any other theatrics, because the country can't be run by theatrics and anarchy. The country must be run through proper policies, proper decisions, and which all parties are welcome to participate in.
The story of Tswalo is very much like the story of Thandi. Thandi was the child of the NDP. Today we're being told of Tswalo. There are stories of Tswalo that do exist, some more grim than others. It did feel like a little bit of rinse and repeat. Your response to that sentiment that actually we haven't moved the needle and this conversation is not moving us anywhere. We keep being taken back and being asked to be grateful that we are here.
I am also grateful. I see myself in Tswalo. From what the President has said, I'm a child of a farm worker who benefited on NFSAS. I will not be here if it was not for the NFSAS or TEFSA at the time. So this story is important to be told because the dominant narrative in the country that wants to be drummed up is that there's nothing that has been done, which of course we all know is not true. That things have been done, there are indeed challenges in the country, but we need all of us to put our hands together. The president has announced the plans that are made to enable us to resolve the economic challenges, the crime situation, and his State of the Nation was very factual, analytical, and also the lived experience that has been there. The challenges of unemployment is what is clear we need to focus on, the education system which is improving, and also the challenges of crime.
A speech like this, at least to me as a voter, is something that should be something I remember as I head to the polls. Do you think he's done enough of that, left South Africans with enough of a lingering message that allows for the ANC to get an endorsement to come back, that he said enough, showed enough courage through our presidency even, for South Africans to feel, yes, the message and the actions were sufficient?
I believe every South African will have seen him or herself in the speech, because wherever you are sitting, when they speak about the story of Tintswalo, yourself, you'll be examining yourself. Where did you come from? What has been the impact of government in every South African across the country? They know with the housing initiatives, the NFSAS initiatives, the healthcare situation. No one has not been touched by them.
I see Minister, Ronald, I see Minister Naledi Pandor also walking by. I want to drag you in as well into this conversation for 2 seconds, please, Minister. I didn't say he's not good. You're all both great. I'd like to also get your thoughts as well. Ronald, thank you so much. I'm always speaking to Ronald. I want to bring you in as well, Minister.
Thank you.
Your sense, thank you, Ronald. Your sense, Minister, of the speech. The president looking back really at the past 30 years of democratic South Africa.
Well, firstly, what I really appreciated was that the president put the facts on the table. I think that was important for me because in the last few weeks there's been a lot of disinformation seeking to undercut the work that the government has done, and in particular to place the president in a position where he would be on the defensive. I was so glad that he stuck to the facts and put them before the nation.
One would make an argument that he looked at a broader picture of what the ANC has done, didn't focus necessarily as well as he should have on his 5 years in office, accounting back to the citizens over what he's done since coming in 2019. He had a set of priorities. They've evolved over the years into the 4 main issues last year, that he didn't go far enough, in-depth enough in explaining to the country the progress in dealing with those issues.
I'm sure when he speaks in the State of the Nation of the new government later this year that he will go into those issues more thoroughly.
While I have you here, there is an interesting fact here. This is now I'm just asking you to step out of your shoes for 2 seconds, where a South African commentator living in Germany, Eyewitness News, has found out that she had been sent a letter where she's accused of rewarding and awarding a crime. From what I understand, it's about her sentiments over the Middle East conflict. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but your sentiment over another government treating a South African in this nature over views that they have that are in line with the government of the day.
Yes, I have heard of this matter, and to be frank, from an established democracy, I find it absolutely shocking. But we know Germany's view. They wrote to us indicating their displeasure at our going to the ICJ and that they would be supporting Israel. So I'm not particularly surprised. I am disappointed.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you so much. That's Minister Naledi Pandor sharing her thoughts on the speech, saying the president put the facts on the table, that there will be more detail in where South Africa stands and what South Africa, the way forward and the work being done when they come back in a new government again. South Africa is going to the elections. I see there's a little bit of comedy with Conrad Koch there in the background. We are coming to you from the precinct where we are getting reactions from different politicians on the speech that was delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa a short while ago, the last one really for this term of office before the curtains go down on the 6th administration of Parliament. Pan around a little bit and just see some of the activity here in the precinct.
So let's leave Tsidi Madia. She was talking to Naledi Pandor there after Cyril Ramaphosa's State of the Nation address. She also spoke to several opposition members, and I think it's fair to say that there wasn't much enthusiasm about his speech.
No, you could generally say, Jane, that it was a low morale. I think when you look at the actual appearance, the room, you could see that a lot of the elation was coming from the ANC benches and members, but there was a very kind of dull moment amongst opposition members, and you could see from their comments that they didn't feel that this was the speech that really spoke to the heart of the State of the Nation, really spoke to his 5 years.
And you would think that, I mean, this is such an important speech that he would just like, he would ace it.
Yeah.
And they were questioning his numbers and how hard it is to project any sort of progress on the back of these numbers, which actually mean nothing.
Mean nothing because, you know, it was broad platitudes. It was like the economy has grown 3 times bigger. 3 times bigger in what way? Where does the 3 times bigger come from? Has it provided jobs? It's a jobless economy. It's inequality. He said that millions have been lifted out of poverty. Millions could be 1.5 million, 1.2 million, 1.1 million. I mean, there was a lot of these broad kind of stretches of numbers, which didn't really make sense. The one thing that was really important as well, he spoke about Eskom, and he spoke about the transmission company, but that's giving them a lot of headache. They haven't really finalized some of those dynamics around creating the transmission company for the grid, and that's what government wants to have in its control. The other issue is the debt restructuring of Eskom. The debt that they're going to take on is going to become government's debt. And that's going to be an added cost to the other issues in terms of quality of services like infrastructure for health, for housing, etc. And then, of course, the question of whether this young woman from Eastern Cape, is she real or is she fictitious? Because in the Eastern Cape, you've got a whole lot of other dynamics in terms of socio-economic challenges. So I think the problem with the speech is that it says a lot without saying anything.
And the fact that the belief that he didn't give us an election date, the fact that that would overshadow his speech says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, giving us an election date puts the ANC on notice that they have so many weeks, so many months to get an election strategy together, to find the resources, to campaign, to do an election manifesto. So why not use the State of the Nation to try and test the mood of your own election strategy? That's one way to do it. The other thing that I think was quite, you know, dull in a sense, but also one that we have to be careful of in assuming that the ANC is only going to be looking at its national kind of election is also the provincial structures. What's going to happen at the provincial level? KZN, very important province for the ANC, but a province that they were not necessarily in control of until Jacob Zuma kind of got the IFP and the ANC together. And this then kind of comes back full circle where Jacob Zuma says he doesn't feel he wants to vote for the ANC. And now you've got the MK party. And I think these are the dynamics where we have to worry about, or watch rather, what's going to happen at the provincial level where the ANC may lose the urban centers and become more rural than ever before.
If their numbers are as low as they've been predicted, then they've got to join up with the party. We were looking at some of the characters a little bit earlier on. Who do you think is going to stay and who will go?
Well, if the president had his consequent management approach, there's most in that cabinet that should not be there. In fact, 3/4 of his cabinet should not be there. In fact, he should actually appoint a whole new cabinet because none of these ministers have actually come out in terms of the performance appraisal. By the way, we haven't seen the performance appraisal. So he brought this business-like approach to government into his cabinet, but he created a whole parallel cabinet and parallel ministries in his presidency. So he actually doesn't trust the cabinet he's got so-called running the country. And I think that in itself is par for what we are seeing as a president that's uncertain, a president that's non-decisive, and a president that has brought that into his governance architecture and style, which is, again, you know, what are you doing? So I think if anybody has to go, it'll actually be himself as well.
It's a lot that they need to do before the elections, whenever that is. Sanusha Naidu, thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for watching. We also really appreciate your comments throughout the broadcast, and we started at 5 o'clock this evening. I'm going to bid you farewell. Thanks very much for watching.